Yo, 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 yo. What's up? What's going down? What's popping? How we doing? How we feeling? Let's get to it, man. As you come in, make sure to hit the like button, man. We got some breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Breaking news, man. I was prepared to go on tonight at 10 p.m. and then do the post game show and do the player grades and do the film session. So, I was sitting here getting myself prepped, going over a little bit more of the game. And then news broke. As I was in the process of doing all that, news just broke. Michael Penix Jr. named new starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons going forward. Breaking news, Michael Penix Jr. named starting quarterback going forward. So Michael Penix Jr. will now, I assume, start these next 3 games unless something goes terribly wrong, which we're going to hope it doesn't. But yes, got our another starting quarterback. This is going to make our 5th starting quarterback since Matt Ryan. Let's see. Mariota, Ritter, Heineke, Cousins, and now Penix Jr. So we are actually on our 5th starting quarterback since the Matt Ryan era. Goodness. It's not as easy as we thought it was going to be, but let's go. Let's go, Michael Penix Jr. Let's go, kid. Let's go, Ricky. Let's get it. This is somewhat of a surprise, but it shouldn't come as a major surprise to anybody. Kirk Cousins had been just playing absolutely terrible football. Terrible football. And the Falcons did not draft Michael Penix Jr. at number 8 for no reason. Of course, there was a plan to get him in the games and to make him the starter. We did not, nobody, well, I can say nobody, but I don't think the Falcons or most of us fans, we didn't anticipate it would happen this fast. We was hoping that we could ride off with Kirk. I think most people was hoping that we could at least go a year and a half with Kirk. Some people say hey, he's going to play at least 2 years. I had some people telling me he would play more in 2 years, and some people say he would finish his contract, but that kind of spells the end of the Kirk Cousins era, because once you flip that switch to Penix, you really can't come back to Kirk. So I really anticipate at this point they're going to probably be working the offseason to try to hopefully facilitate a trade for Kirk Cousins. If things really go sour, man, if the Falcons could possibly just make him a post-June cut and just eat that $40 million of dead cap money and send him on his way. But I'm real sure that they're going to try their best to facilitate a trade with him. Of course, he has a no-trade clause, and I've seen people on the internet, he has a no-trade clause, you can't cut him. That don't mean shit. That just means he's going to have a say-so in the team he goes to. That just means you just can't trade him to no other team without his approval and all of that. Quarterbacks get traded with no trade clause. I don't know why people try to make it like that's such a big deal. Russell Wilson had a no trade clause. He got traded. Deshaun Watson had a no trade clause. He got traded. It just means that he's gonna be a part of the process. You just ain't gonna be able to surprise him one morning and say, "Hey, guy, you've been traded." But Kirk Cousins only had 1 touchdown these last 5 games, and he's been playing putrid, absolutely terrible. There's no way to sugarcoat it. And now, full transparency, y'all know me. I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I was a big advocate of Kirk Cousins coming here when we signed him this past offseason. I was a big advocate of it. I was happy about it. If you go back and look at some old videos, I talked about it being a good idea. Obviously, I was wrong. 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 My back. No, that was on my side. I saw it when the sound went out. Am I back good or am I still gone? Somebody let me know if I am I back. I look like I'm still messed up. Okay, all right, thank you. Art said I'm back. Okay. Yeah, but I was saying I was wrong, man. I was wrong. I think I hit the wrong button on my soundboard of my little mixer over here. I think that's what messed it up. But yeah, I was wrong about that, y'all. When I'm wrong, I'll come in and tell you, hey, bro, I was wrong about that. I was telling everybody who would listen, hey man, this is gonna be a good thing. Kirk Cousins, he was damn near the MVP before he got hurt, and signing him to 45 million. And if you look at the quarterbacks and signed now, that's he making a lot of money, but he ain't making that much money for a quarterback. But boy, was I ever wrong. He came out, started off a little bit slow, and then he kind of picked it up, and then Kirktober happened. And once Kirktober happened, we never saw Kirk Cousins again. We never saw Kirk Cousins again, man. It was just, he just fell totally off the map. He fell off the cliff, man. And last 5 games, he was just absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. And I thought it was a good idea to put him in front of Michael Penix and let Michael Penix grow and develop into the quarterback that we would like him to ultimately become. But Kirk Cousins just fell off the map. Father Time caught up with him, and he just could not do the things that we needed him to do. So he's going to the bench. And again, I don't see him coming back to Atlanta. He may have taken his last snap as a Falcon unless something major happens unforeseen, which I'm gonna knock on wood won't happen. But I thought it was a good idea, but boy, was I ever wrong about that. So with that said, the Michael Penix era is about to begin. I'm excited about it, man, because watching Kirk these last 5 games, man, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible, and he was playing bad. I'm not gonna come on here and try to sugarcoat it and try to pass the blame to I'm not gonna pass the blame to Bijan. I'm not gonna pass the blame to Tyler Algier. I'm not gonna pass the blame to Kirk. I'm not gonna pass the blame to Kyle Pitts. I'm not gonna pass the blame to Zach Robinson. I'm not gonna pass the blame to Raheem. Kirk stunk. He stunk. He absolutely stunk. And I saw for the first time, when he threw that interception this past Sunday, for the first time, I caught him looking like, I don't have it no more. I could see it in his face. He was shook. I seen it for the first time. He was like, I don't have it no more. I just don't got it no more. I don't have it no more. So, y'all who've been watching and rocking with me, man, y'all know I ain't been blaming nobody but the players. I had to put it under my name. Players make plays, so I wasn't gonna pass the blame to nobody but Kirk. And I wanted Kirk here, but I went passing the blame to nobody but the quarterback. The quarterback was gonna catch all the smoke because he was the one fucking up. So I wasn't gonna sit here and try to blame no coordinators or I'm not gonna blame the offensive line. Y'all know people like to use that as a cop out. Well, it's the offensive line fault. They ain't blocking for Kirk. Nah, man, fuck that. Kirk Cousins was terrible. And this is coming from a guy, full transparency, this is coming from a guy in the offseason who would get in front of this same webcam, same microphone, and try to tell y'all it was a good idea to bring him here. Full transparency. I was promoted as a great move by the Falcons, but it wasn't. He was absolutely terrible. And to keep it even more funky, if you take away, I don't know what it was about Tampa Bay, but he was kicking their ass off. And we can play Tampa Bay more than 2 times in a year. We can keep Kirk as a starter. But if you take away them Tampa Bay games, y'all, I didn't look at it. I didn't actually get the exact statistics. But if you look at Kirk Cousins' Tampa games in October, and you look at the rest of the games he played, he only really played good, very good, great football against Tampa. For the very most part. You had the Philly game mixed in there, you had the Dallas game mixed in there, but against the rest of the NFL, man, he was terrible. So Then you come in here these last 5 games, and Raheem Morris trying his very best to be as patient as he possibly could with Kirk. He trying his best. No, Kirk is our quarterback. He gonna work his way through it, and we gonna be here with him to help him work his way through it. And Raheem Morris was rubbing a lot of people the wrong way by saying that. But y'all, I don't think people understand. Like, what else do you think Raheem Morris was gonna say? You know, you think he was going to come up here in the media and just throw Kirk Cousins under the bus? No, you don't do that. This is the NFL. You know what I'm saying? So Raheem was doing what Raheem was supposed to do. And once Raheem couldn't stand behind him anymore, look, I got to go to the Ricky. You know, I got to get this team a spark. You know, and a lot of that was, you know, Raheem being a head coach. And also there's some financial politics in play too. You know what I mean? You give a guy $100 million guarantee, bro. You just can't bench him after 10 games. You just can't bitch him after 11 games. You know, you gotta try to wait the process out and see if he can get back on the good foot. But obviously, Kirk was not able to do that. So the Falcons was forced to make a change to Michael Penix Jr. And this is after a game we won. You know, this was supposed to have been a get right game for Kirk. You know, you going to play the Raiders. You know what I'm saying? The Raiders kind of slick. The Raiders slick don't really want to win. You know, the front office don't want to win. You know, the players, they're going to go out there and play for contracts and everything. But the front office, you know, they trying to lose as much as they can to get Shador or whoever they see as the number 1 draft pick. And a game that Kirk Cousins should have been able to get right in, it left us even more unimpressed with him as our starter. You know, we won that game and it felt like we lost. You know, I was sitting here looking like, man, this is one of the worst games I've ever watched. And this is on national TV. This is for everybody else to see. I had to get on my social media page, my Facebook page. I had to look, man, on behalf of the Atlanta Falcons, we apologize to y'all, bro. We apologize that y'all had to watch this bum on bum violence. That's what that was. Monday Night Football last night. That was bum on bum violence. It was spearheaded by our $100 million guaranteed quarterback by the name of Mr. Kirk Cousins. You know, absolutely terrible, horrific quarterback play. And you playing against another bum and Desmond Ridder. You should have been able to outshine. You should have been able to outshine that bum Desmond. You know, we got rid of that bum to bring you in here. We didn't get rid of a bum to eventually bring another bum in here. You know, much love to you, Kirk. You know what I'm saying? It's never personal with me. It ain't never personal to me. I ain't got no problems with Kirk. I actually think Kirk, you know, how he came off, you know, the time he was here, he seemed like a real nice, cool, down-to-earth guy. You know, I saw how his teammates and how his teammates in Minnesota, how they reacted to him after the game, how much love they were showing him. So he seems like a real cool, down-to-earth guy. But Kirk, man, you started to become a bum. There are no rooms for bums. You know, we done seen enough bums in Atlanta during our days playing quarterback and playing all other kind of positions. So we could not just allow you to bumify our locker room. So now we're trying to unbumify the locker room. And Raheem Morris, hey, bro, Kirk, much love to your dog. But look, I don't even have to tell you what this conversation about. You should know what this conversation about, man. I done did everything I could until I can't do no more. We got to go in another direction. We got to see what Michael Penix can give us. We got to get something going, you know? So that's what it boiled down to. That's exactly what it boiled down to. They gave Kirk more than enough opportunities, more than enough chances. And, you know, you're watching the Falcons fan base week after week after week. You know, they're starting to lose their confidence in the team, and the confidence in the coaching staff, the confidence in the ownership. Definitely lost a lot of confidence in Kirk Cousins. And just watching him play, it looked like the game had passed him by quickly. That was one play last night where he was moving so slow he couldn't even hand the ball off to Bijan. I was sitting here like, oh my Lord, what is this? This man can't even get a handoff. He can't even get a handoff, man. And he just, look, man, you ain't got to be no Lamar Jackson. You ain't got to be no Josh Allen. Who else? What other quarterback can move around? Mahomes, all these quarterbacks that can, Jalen Hurts, that can really move and got that athleticism, mobility. You don't have to be that, but you can't, in today's NFL, you can't be a complete and total statue. That era of football is over. You know, that era is over. All these new era, these modern day, these offensive coordinators you see, man, you can't handicap them to just sit you in the pocket and you pray that Jake Matthews and McGarry can hold their blocks for 5 seconds. That era of football is over. You got defensive ends that are standing 6'3", weighing 260, 270, 280. These boys coming out of college running 4.4s, 4.5, 4.6. You know, technology has advanced, and so has the human. You know, the human has really advanced. You know what I'm saying? As humans, we've evolved. So these outside linebackers, these defensive ends, man, look, man, they more athletic now. So you just can't sit here and just be a fucking statue all game long. It's not gonna work. And don't get me wrong, I knew coming into it like Kirk ain't that mobile, but I really thought he'd be able to make up for that with being a seasoned vet, making smart decisions with the football, getting the ball out quick. And you could see during certain parts of this season, he just throw the ball up and just bump it. I hope Drake London make a play. Bump it. Drake out there somewhere, bump it. You know, the game moving too fast for him, moving too quickly for him, man. So I totally understand why change had to be made. And I'm not gonna, I never, y'all know I was never one person to get on this mic and blame it on the opposite line. I wasn't gonna do that. You know, I see people on social media doing that. Well, they can't pass block. Man, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Oh, they can't pass. No. We're not gonna blame the offensive line. You know, the quarterback who we paid what we pay, and I'm not mad at Kirk for getting his money. You know, hey, if they're gonna offer it to you, you sign it, you take it. That's on the Falcons to make better investments with their money. I'm not mad at Kirk for getting his money. Get your money. I'm not really mad at nobody for getting their money. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, these are billionaire owners, and these are players who eventually one day hopefully trying to become billionaires. Just like us, we trying to become millionaires one day. You did? So I ain't mad at nobody for getting their money. But if you get that money, there's going to be a certain expectation level that fans are going to expect from you. And Kirk was not fitting the bill. He was not fitting the bill. I mean, what he got now? 18 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. And he lucky it ain't about 22 interceptions. So I knew by listening to Raheem in the press conference that he had, okay, look, I can't just keep this united front for Kirk Cousins any longer. I have to publicly let people know, as well as my players in the locker room, like, look, he don't have this job 100% locked down anymore. And Raheem Morris was pretty much verbalizing that during the post-game press conference and also later on today. And I know that Jordan Schultz last week, he put out a report that says, look, I talked to some players in the locker room, and they're telling me, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm pretty damn close. They're telling me that Michael Penix is the best quarterback in the building. That's what Jordan Schultz said some Falcons players told him. And I know, shout out to you, Cordero Hodge, he came back, he kind of like, man, ain't nobody tell you that. You know, he wrote that on social media. But later on, just about an hour and 30 minutes ago, Ian Rappaport, you know, highly accredited insider for the NFL, Ian Rappaport, he came out and he really just regurgitated the same information that Jordan Schultz put out last week. You did? And coincidentally, right after Ian put out his report, like an hour later, we get this notification, which is how we got here. The Falcons have made a quarterback change. So that tells me that Jordan Schultz was spot on. There was some players in the building telling him that, and they made sure to tell him off the record, don't put my name in this, but we got more confidence in the rookie than we got in Kirk Cousins. So there were some players telling him that, obviously. Obviously, there were some players telling him that because, again, Ian Rappaport come behind him and he pretty much says the same exact thing. And then Ian Rappaport even put the front office on it also. So there were some people in the front office that had lost their confidence in Kirk Cousins. May that be Raheem, may that be Zach Robinson, may that be Terry Fontenot, Arthur Blank, you know? So it looks like players, front office together had lost a lot of confidence in Mr. Kirk Cousins, and they felt the need to go to the rookie, you know? So, and I'm hoping that Michael Penix will have an excellent week of practice, and I'm hoping that he comes out there and he just re-energizes the team, re-energizes the fan base, and it really would be some hot shit if Penix can get us back in the playoffs. You know, I know we're behind Tampa Bay right now, but it would be some hot shit if Penix can, you know, defy the odds he's facing right now, propel this team back into the playoffs. That would be a fantastic thing for him to do and for us fans to see. You know, so I'm hoping he comes out and have a great week of practice and he can get this team in the playoffs. And I think he will, but I mean, you never know. And I'm hoping that Kirk remains the ultimate professional, and he does everything that he can to help Michael Penix succeed from the sideline. You know, telling him what he sees. You know, trying to give him, you know, encouraging words. You know, hopefully he don't shun the guy and catch an attitude. I ain't gonna help him. You done took my job. No, you still gonna get that paycheck, man. And Raheem gave you every single opportunity possible, bro. He gave you every chance, every opportunity possible to keep that job. It was obviously Raheem Morris did not want to bring you out. It was obvious he didn't want to cut bait with you. That was obvious. You know, very, very obvious. But again, the last 5 games, you got 1 touchdown pass. You got 9 interceptions in the last 5 games, and you only threw for like 120 yards last game. You know, and that's and again, y'all, that's why I couldn't bring myself to really go hard on the coordinators, man, or specifically Zach Robinson. Because if I got a quarterback, if anybody got a quarterback, you can bring Kyle Shanahan here, whoever you want, Andy Reid. Look, now Pat Mahomes have a 5-game stretch where he got 1 touchdown and 9 interceptions, and we don't even got to talk about the fumbles. But if your quarterback in 5 games, he has 1 touchdown pass, no rushing TDs, just 1 touchdown pass, 9 interceptions. Good luck with that. Good luck winning games. You see, we barely won last night. And I'm going to tell y'all what I saw last night, right? I'm going to tell y'all what I saw. I remember in 2022, right? I remember 2022 when we had Marcus Mariota here. And I remember watching Arthur Smith. Our former head coach, right? I remember watching Arthur Smith do his best to coach around and also to hide Marcus Mariota because he was not a good thrower of the football. So I watched Arthur Smith do everything he can to hide Mariota. He did everything possible to hide Marcus Mariota and hide the fact that, look, I have a below average passer of the football. I saw him do everything he can. Everything possible. He schemed away from Mariota. Let me do everything I can to hide the fact that this guy is a mid thrower of the football. He's a great athlete. But throwing the ball, I gotta scheme and coach around that. Now, last night, I saw Zach Robinson have to do the same exact thing. I saw Zach Robinson in 2024 do the same coaching that Arthur Smith was forced to do in 2022. because he had a putrid thrower of the football, a low average thrower of the football, a mid thrower of the football, a quarterback who was a quarterback that you could not trust to be a quarterback. You feel me? A quarterback who was a quarterback who you could not trust to be a quarterback. So therefore, as the offensive coordinator, you're forced, hey, I got to try to hide this guy. Bijan, how much sleep did you get last night? Coach, I got about 7 hours. Good, because we're going to need you, son. You're going to get the ball 20 plus times. And Tyler, I hope you got a good night's sleep too, because we're going to need you too. Because, boy, this guy is terrible. He's so terrible. They're calling me terrible because, look, I didn't sign up for this. When we brought Kirk in, I thought I was getting me a very good quarterback, and he then turned to trash. So that's what I seen. You know, I don't care what coach you have or whatever, man. Like, it's hard for an offensive coordinator to overcome that kind of quarterback play, man. It's hard. It's hard. It is extremely, extremely, extremely hard. And again, that's why I didn't have a lot of darts for Zach Robinson all year long. That's why. You know, that's why I didn't have a lot of darts for Zach, because I saw what, you know, I started to see what he was dealing with, especially the last 5 games. Like, bro, what are you gonna do with that? I mean, this and it looked like Kirk had started seeing ghosts. Looked like he had started seeing ghosts, man. He was just throwing it to double coverage, triple coverage, double coverage, triple coverage, missing key throws, missing critical throws. So it was hard. It was hard for me. It was hard for me to come up here with a straight face and criticize Zach Robinson. Now, I'm not saying that Zach Robinson goes without criticism, but looking at the quarterback play, it was hard for me to do it, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you. That the same about Jimmy Lake with the personnel he's dealing with, but we'll talk about Jimmy on another occasion. We're gonna stick to Kirk Cousins. We're gonna stick to Michael Penix. So that's why it was hard for me, y'all. It was hard for me to shower a lot of criticism to my offensive coordinator. I felt like Zach was doing what he could with what he had. You know, a lot of stuff that people wanted to see from the offense, it was your quarterback. You can't even move the pocket with this guy. You had Kirk Cousins, you couldn't even move the pocket with him. Y'all wonder why you never seen no rollout passes, play action rollout? You wonder why? Because Kirk couldn't run them. Everybody was wondering, hey man, why we keep Kirk in the pistol? That's the only thing he really could do. That's the only thing he really could do. Zach Robinson's hands were tied, and people thought that he could be Houdini. But let me tell y'all something. That Houdini stuff wasn't real. He couldn't defy them kind of odds, man. You can't move the pocket. You can't roll him out. You sure can't read option with him. And that's an integral part of today's offense. That 1988 old school football and 1978 still current Pittsburgh, Baltimore Colts, they don't do that no more in the NFL. They don't do that no more in the NFL, and that's what Kirk had because Kirk Cousins couldn't move. But again, I was advocating for him in the beginning, true, full transparency. I really thought his experience, him being able to get the ball out fast enough, would be able to overcompensate for the lack of mobility. I did not know that Achilles would affect him as much as it did, because he just cannot move. And then he lost his confidence. You could see it last night after the interception. You heard it. You heard it the last 2 post-game press conferences when he was on the field. I forgot what episode it was, but we did a show. I think it was last week, post-game show. And he just came to the podium. He just had his head down like, yeah, I'm gonna try to get better. It was after the Minnesota game, in fact. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get better. You only can control the things you can control. I'm like, Kirk, put your head up, big dog. Put your head up, big dog. But you could see the loss of confidence, man. And I'm excited for Michael Penix. I really did not want him to be in here this early. I was under the opinion that I wanted him to sit down the entire season. And you start out the 2025 season, with an open competition at camp if you have to. I wanted Kirk Cousins to have I really wanted Kirk Cousins to have 2 good seasons, to be totally honest. I didn't want the Falcons to sit there and waste that salary cap money. So I wanted him to have 2 good seasons. And then after the second season, then you just hand the keys over to Michael Penix, who's more than ready at that time. Or at the very least, a year and a half, maybe mid-season, you look at maybe Penix if Kirk Cousins isn't playing well. But I didn't think it would happen after 14 games. I didn't want it to happen like that. But here we are. And I'm sure, guys. I'm sure there is going to be a progression period with Penix. But I can assure you, I'll jump on the sword on this one. I can assure you, you're going to see some plays with Penix that you did not see with Cousins. And that's because Penix is a lot more athletic. You're going to see some play action rollout passes now. You're going to see the pocket moved around now. There's only so much you could do with an old quarterback coming off the injury who can't move, who's seeing ghosts, who's lost his confidence. There's only so much you could do. And I'm sure Raheem and Zach Robinson, I'm sure they had a real heart-to-heart. And I'm sure Zach Robinson was probably told Raheem some of that, like, Coach, I can't even call the entire playbook with Kirk right now, Coach. My hands are tied. You saw what I had to do last game. I had to just, hey, Bijan, like, we're going to have to use you, man. I can't do it with Kirk. I saw somewhere that we came out on first down and we ran the ball about 24 out of 25 times. We had never done that before. No, the coaching staff had lost all confidence in Kirk Cousins, and that was very, very, very apparent. That was very apparent, So really no need to go into the details of how the game was played. We looked like crap. We lucky that we got out of Vegas with a victory. Very fortunate. Desmond Ridder somehow, as bad as he was, he was trash too. He definitely didn't make us regret getting rid of him, but he was trash. But with that said, we were only a Hail Mary pass away from Desmond Ridder getting some revenge on us. And that would have been so unfortunate. So unfortunate. But man, this I'm just hoping Michael Penix can come here. I think he's gonna be ready because he played about 6 years in college. I'm sure that first half he's gonna have those jitterbugs. He's gonna have a lot of nervous energy. But I'm very hopeful that this kid can come out and catch lightning in the bottle. Win these next 3 games. Hopefully Tampa will drop a game. Atlanta Falcons in the playoffs, and you're in the playoffs with Michael Penix as your starter. And as I said, when the offseason comes, I don't see a way Kirk Cousins comes back. I think they would cut him, and you almost would hate to cut him because you're still technically paying him on paper, but I don't see a world where he's the backup quarterback in Atlanta. He may go to another team to be the backup quarterback. I kind of feel like once you go to Penix, you at Penix, and you need to get all the old energy out of here. You get the old energy out of here. That's why when some of the people are like, hey man, bring Matt Ryan back. No, he had his time. It's time for him to go, and don't bring him back. Hey man, bring Julio back. Nope. Let him stay gone too. Much love to you. forever a Falcons legend. But once you turn that page, especially at quarterback. Quarterback is a very, 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 very unique position on the football team. So once those guys are gone, and no need to bring them back. And I'm sorry, y'all, I've just been rambling. Let's hop in the comment section and see what everybody talking about. Carlos says, I think he's been waiting for this moment. I think so too. Speaking about Michael Penix, I'm very, very much looking forward to it, man. I'm looking for the Penix era to begin. Jay Lana says, Coach, you just mad because you were wrong. Oh, you talking to Coach? My bad. Let me see. Art, what's up? Art says Penix can't be no damn worse than watching paint dry, like watching Kirk. That was just like watching paint dry. No doubt about it. Jada, I hope I'm saying your name right. Says sign Julio Jones like we did Matt Ryan for one day contract. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Hopefully they do it, man. Even though I done got a little pissed off at Julio lately, he deserves that. I'm never gonna be, because like I said, it's never personal with me. So I'm not gonna never take nothing away from what Jet Jones did on that field. He was a very, 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 very special player for Atlanta for a long period of time. So I would love to see that happen. From what I understand, him and Arthur Blank got some unresolved tension, and hopefully they're able to solve that, whatever's going on between them, and and put that to bed. I see y'all talking to Coach, so we're gonna bring Coach in here and let him have his say. Coach, what's going on with you, my brother?
What's up, brother?
Not much at all, man. How you feeling? How you doing?
I just want to mark this down. What day is it? December 17th at 8:36 p.m. I'm gonna tell you how I'm feeling in a couple weeks. But I mean, we all know I was a strong. I'm still strong against starting him. I feel like this is Desmond Ridder all over again. We start Desmond Ridder with 4 games left. You know what I'm saying? I want him to do good. I want him to win. All that good stuff. Like, I'm not going against the grain or nothing. For me, I don't think plugging him into the team makes us better. I think it's so many issues with this team. As we seen playing against the garbage Raiders, we couldn't even get play actions off last night. Like, the offensive line wasn't holding up. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so much with this team. But congratulations to the young boy, and the reign of Penix has started. So let's get it.
Let's get it. Exactly. Let's get it. Coach, let me ask you this. In your opinion, what do you think? And besides like the obvious play on the field, I guess I'm trying to dig a little deeper. But what do you think was like the defining moment or the defining time where Raheem Morris or whoever the powers that be said, okay, we got to go to Penix? What do you think that defining time was?
I believe they sat down and had a conversation with Kirk Cousins. You know what I mean? And I was thinking this this morning on my way to school. I was like, man, it's almost like they gotta bench Kirk Cousins to get him out of his head, because he's so far in his head. Like, if you watch the game last night, like, and I know commentators talk, they just, they like us, they just do a whole bunch of jaw jacking. But I mean, the things they were saying, I was like, I never thought about it. It was like this. Kirk just don't look like himself. It wasn't so much like Father Time catching up with him. It was just things that shouldn't decline with age. Like, I don't think age has anything to do with you being able to throw the ball on time. You know what I mean? Like, I think age has something to do with the zip on the ball, but like, when you need to throw the ball, like the windows you need to throw the ball, I don't think really age has anything to do with it. It could. I've never played quarterback, so I don't know.
Okay,
But
coach. And I'm sorry to cut y'all. My apologies. I'm gonna let you keep cooking. People in the comments, Coach Jay Lana say you just want to be different, and Art say you just want to be different. Are you intentionally going against the grain, Coach?
bro, I don't ever go intentionally against the grain. I speak what I see. Period. Whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really care if anyone likes it or not. I speak what I see. So no, to answer your question, no, I'm not going against the grain to be going against the grain. But again, we seen this. And I'm not going to be one of the ones who crown Penix the next coming, and we've only seen him throw 5 passes. So,
all right. So Coach said he is not going against the grain. Coach, y'all, and also we got John Harrison here. I'm sure this is gonna be pretty spirited, a pretty great show. We got Slim. He gonna come in for a moment. We got Art Angel coming in. So we're gonna go around the round table. Coach gave his thoughts. John, we're gonna start with you. Like, where you at, John Harris? Now you got a new quarterback, John, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I think you said you prefer for Kirk to finish the season. Am I correct?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Woo-wee! Boy, this was quick. This was doggone quick. Based on what it was that was said the previous week, the previous 2 weeks, previous whatever. Kirk Cousins is our quarterback. That's the man we going with. That's the man we gonna stay with. And my problem right now is, didn't we run this same play last year?
yes, 2 years ago? Exactly. 2 years ago. But yeah.
Didn't we run this same play 2 years ago? Now, admittedly, the subject of our discussion is a bit more seasoned and skilled than the other person. Okay, because you're talking about a first round draft pick versus a third round draft pick.
Exactly.
But the same bugaboos that I would put in mitigation of that fact is the fact that I don't know what was being said in the quarterback meetings when everybody, Kirk Cousins, Michael Penix, and I was just made aware that Doug Williams' son is the assistant quarterback coach, along with what's his name, TJ Yates. And thing is that okay, this coaching staff just does not impress me. The offensive coaching staff just doesn't impress me as being seasoned enough, experienced enough, having the cojones, having the panache, having the sweat equity to be able to direct people into what it was to be critical of their performance, to try to correct their performance. Because Kirk Cousins, as I've been chronicling ever since game 2, and I've said it over and over again, and it's a good line, so I'm gonna say it one more again. The man been staring folk down every time he comes out there. We've chronicled it, we've watched it, we've seen it. Is anybody saying anything about it in those quarterback meetings? To me, obviously not, because he keeps doing it. Okay, so I got a problem with that for Penix's sake. For Penix's sake, what kind of coaching is he getting? What kind of instruction is he getting? I can't see that. I don't know. I won't know or won't have an inkling about it until this coming Sunday. Now, having said that, the New York Giants are not a test. You mess around and lose to the Giants, it'll be just like you losing to the Raiders last night. Okay, because both of those franchises are in disarray. Okay, now the unfortunate test is going to come in the game that Tidy. I tried my best. I called them and begged them not to put that game on. Please, what you flexing us for? No, please don't do that. But all right, you want your ratings to go into the tank? Go on ahead, y'all. Go on ahead. Because see, with this quarterback change, it could really go either way. It could go either way. I'm hoping that Penix comes out there and throws about 600 or 700 yards, 7 or 8 touchdowns, and really makes everybody go, oh, I'm hoping for that, but it's not likely. It's not likely. So I'm really torn. I'm really torn as far as this is concerned, because you really, this man got a full-time job now.
Good. That's good.
He got a full-time job now. That's hey, Ty, don't you have an age limit for folk coming in here? I see somebody down there at the bottom. He got to go to work tomorrow. You might need to let him go on here right now.
Yes, sir. We got our guy Uncle Steve in the building. Steve, you there?
I'm there, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. You coming?
Yes, sir.
Well, here's the funny thing. It's my life. It's my greatest wish to always follow those weak people who come before me. So having John Harris speak right before me was just like perfect. So I get a chance to at least sound smart when I come on here. Listen, this is as simple a transaction as you have to be. Yesterday, I don't know if you all got a chance to see, but I left the game yesterday and I described this. Anybody who went to Vegas who's in the chat, there was a solemnness. It was like almost it sounded like a funeral. Like everybody was watching. The Raiders lost the game. I see why they were quiet. We lost the game and it was horrible. Why? Because we had a team that did the following. They did 2 interceptions. They had a couple of sacks. They had 3. I'm going to say it again. 3 block kicks during the game. 2 punts, 1 extra point. They had a running game that arguably we have probably one of the top 3 running backs in the game right now. And we couldn't score 15 points. That's not to mention the guy that you've been talking about, Mr. Koo, who we're going to have to address pretty soon too, talking about people not living up to a contract.
Right.
So this move was simple, and I'm going to tell you why it was made. Raheem Morris might have saved his job today. What have we been saying all along about making moves to win the game? All along the last couple of weeks, we've been hearing Raheem Morris talk about, well, Kirk deserves a chance. Kirk deserves a chance. Kirk deserves a chance. He's to the point where he's saying, oh, no, they're about to blame me for this. And if at least they're going to blame me, I'm going to go down swinging. And I'm going to bring the kid off the bench. And I think I would have done this at a home game more than I would have done it on the road against the Raiders.
Right.
So that's I just think it was that simple, Tidy.
Oh, can I go? Can I go next after the legend?
Yeah. If the legend is done.
Oh man. To me, this was needed. And what did I say last week? You was gonna start Penix. Don't start him trying to make him save the season. Just tell him, listen, go out there and play week by week. Right now, if you bench Cousins, you still gonna have to pay him. So it doesn't matter if he's sitting on the sideline. The reality is he can't get you the throws you need. And we keep blaming Zach.
Sure.
We keep blaming our offensive coordinator. But the problem is, but the reality was our offensive coordinator was literally taking stuff out of the playbook to accommodate Kirk Cousins limitations. So the reality is you can only do that so much. You can't. Us going to the playoffs, they don't need to worry about that because reality is we don't control our destiny. So all we really need to do is just worry about week to week, winning week to week, and let everything play out. Right now is the best time to start Penix because not only are you getting him game ready, but you're also preparing for next year. If you look at how Terry Fontenot was drafting, he was drafting for next year. That's just reality. Because look at a lot of these players on our team. They're old. And he was trying to get people already in the position now so they can get NFL ready or get experience. So now next year, as they moving over, you're gonna have that. It's not going to be so much of a dip when it comes to the good and the bad. And this goes to the fans too. Don't think Penix coming in here, his whole job is to save our season, because it's not. It's for us to win, but the reality is to get him ready for the future. The future is here, and oh my God, this what was needed to happen.
Sure, I agree.
All right, go ahead. Everybody that's gave their piece. Your turn.
I mean, watching Kirk Cousins is like watching paint dry, man. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even say that. I mean, Penix can't do no worse, right? I mean, he ain't got a chicken tender. He ain't got a chicken tender for an arm. He not stiff in the damn pocket, holding the damn motherfucking ball for hours. And y'all want to blame the offensive coordinator for that sorry ass quarterback? Come on, bro. Be for real. Come on, John. You know better than that. You've been watching football way before I was even born, brother. Come on, man.
No,
y'all know that motherfucker suck.
If you asking me, no, I don't know better than that. Because number one, I said give them a season. Whenever you change coaches, change quarterbacks, change regimes, change schemes, I always give these people a year. It's just, and I feel it's only fair. I feel it's only fair.
That don't do nothing. But here's the thing about with Kirk Cousins. We say give him a whole season. We on our last 3 weeks of the season. It ain't gonna change nothing. They already have it in their minds. Kirk Cousins not gonna be here next year. So if you already have that established, then
no. Well, how you know he's not gonna be here? How you know he's not gonna be here? Have you seen the cap hit that we will take if we cut him
nowadays? And see, we have, like, I ain't talking about you, John, but a lot of times we are looking at the salary cap as if that's the money coming out of our pocket. These owners now are not waiting around for quarterbacks to say, you know what, I might not get it this year, but I'm gonna change next year. No, they're gonna say, look, we'll take that loss and keep it pushing. For them to say Kirk Cousins is benched, he's not coming back. Especially when Raheem came out after the game and said Kirk Cousins is not playing good, you already know the word on the wall is, okay, it's time for us to move on from him. The reality was, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm okay with them getting Kirk Cousins and then going to go draft Michael Penix. It made the most sense. But nobody could have predicted Kirk Cousins would have a major decline like this. There's no person on God's green earth could have predicted that. So the reality is, it's just that the fact is you have to adjust and then keep it pushing. The salary cap, Terry Fontenot is going to find a way to get around that salary cap. And not to mention the way the NFL rules are now, you can take half of it on 1 year and then pay the other half on the next year. So there's always ways to get around the salary cap. So this is why when we Falcon fans, they be acting like the Falcons are always broke. You have to look at the salary cap as an imaginary number. These general managers' job is to get around that number.
Slim, I would agree with you. But the last years of Matt Ryan's situation, it was just like one nation under a groove. So wide, you can't get around it. So low, you can't go under it. So high, you can't go on top of it. That's what the salary cap situation was.
How much did the salary cap go
just a moment before you go, Slim. Pardon me. We never got James's opinion on.
James, yeah. I'm sorry.
So go ahead, James.
But before I get started, how everybody doing tonight?
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
What up, man?
What's going on? Uncle Steve, I see you down there. Well, yeah, I see that name on the. You see that name right across there, don't you?
What name?
Michael Penix Jr.
Oh, we see it now.
You knew this was coming. We've been preaching this for the last 3-4 weeks. John, you knew this was coming as well.
John smiling to he excited secretly.
No, I didn't see.
I
James,
seen
you go ahead and finish. See, this was like a bolt out of the blue for this week.
I've been talking about this for the last.
Oh
4
yeah,
weeks.
I remember y'all saying it now.
I've been talking about this for the last 4 weeks. That they was having those meetings with Michael Penix, knowing that he was going to end up starting.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, at the end of the day, they had to make that move because, for the simple fact it is, Zach Robinson can open up the playbook now.
Exactly.
He can open
He
up
can
the
do
playbook
much
now.
more.
He can do much more.
No, he
Kirk
cannot.
Cousins.
Blindside McGarry.
Hold on, Winston. Let him finish, and then you go after him. Go ahead, James.
So, with that being said, him Winston saying blindside McGarry, but I got a mobile quarterback that can get in the pocket and get up out of there if a blindside McGarry messes up.
Hello.
Exactly.
With Kirk Cousins, I can send a blitz up the middle on Kirk Cousins, it's over with. With Penix, you can't do that. Penix came in the league as the most ready NFL quarterbacks that was nominated when he was first coming in. They built this playbook around him. I've been saying this for weeks. That pistol formation and everything Kirk Cousins running, the two tight sets that they have is strictly for Michael Penix because he ran that
in Washington.
Yeah, he ran that at Washington. So with that being said, at him, Big Dog, to end and let Winston, Big Dog, I see you, Winston. To let Big Dog go, bro, it was a good move. They had to make that move, bro. Kirk Cousins forced their hand at the end of the day. So they had to make that move. All right, Big Dog, Winston, you got it, Big Dog.
You know, like I agree with you, John. I agree with the point of what you're saying, forcing the coach's hand. I agree with that completely. My thing is this: like at the end of the day, the blind side is called the blind side for that reason. It's the blind side. You're not seeing from behind. Now, if you look at Kirk Cousins, and Coach will vouch for this, majority of Kirk Cousins' fumbles came from what? Getting hit from where? His
The
blind
left side, the blind side. All of them
blind.
came from them being hit from the blind side.
So what happened? Rookie quarterback with a left-handed rookie quarterback with a non-pass pro right tackle. So what you gonna do? You gonna camp out a tight end over there for the rest of the season?
And Bijan.
So then
Put Bijan over there.
you cap the offense. See what I'm saying? Like it's very simple. Look at the stuff. If you cap a tight end on the right side for the rest of the season, you handicap the offense. You almost
Hey, Winston.
They're not gonna do that though. They're not gonna do that.
Can I play devil's advocate with you?
Go ahead.
Say for instance, you have an athletic 12-year younger quarterback at that position who may have the ability to move up in the pocket or be able to get away from those, be able to feel that blind side more than a 36-year-old coming off an Achilles injury type quarterback. Does that change your thought? Listen, man, a rush is gonna get any quarterback. See Pat Mahomes this weekend.
True.
So let's not pretend like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Blindside, I get it. Left-handed quarterback, I got you. But if you're looking at what the NFL is trending to, brother, when those situations happen, that's why these athletic quarterbacks are doing so much better in the league right now. And I don't. And yes, it's still a responsibility of McGarris to step his game up. But I just think having that smidge of mobility could be. Listen, we let John Harris's favorite quarterback run on us yesterday for the Raiders for 20 to 30 yards at a clip during the game yesterday. It made him look like a hero. So I hear you loud and clear, and it's a legitimate gripe. But don't you just think upgrading to a more physical specimen at the quarterback position for us will at least garner us a few rewards that we haven't had in the last 5 or 6 weeks with Kirk Cousins?
And
All
let
right,
me add something to what Aunt just said.
Let me
Just
rebuttal
one quick.
that. Oh, go ahead, Slim. I got you afterwards. Go ahead.
So what we're doing is, when it comes to McGarry, it seems like we have a already set notion about McGarry. But if you look at his statistics, he's actually having a better year this year. If you actually look at the time Kirk Cousins had in the pocket, it was actually the average amount of time every quarterback was getting in the pocket. Kirk Cousins had mental pressure that was coming on him. It wasn't a lot of actual pressure getting in Kirk Cousins' face. When they start blitzing Kirk Cousins, because they know, one, he's not going to run, and two, they know he couldn't get the pass on the outside. So we're looking at Michael Penix from a scope of how Kirk Cousins played. Michael Penix is going to demand them to back up off the line because he has more tangibles and more tools in his belt to use, such as he's good at, we all see how he throws the ball. He's good. He's very accurate. His only downside was sometimes he overthrow his players, but he has a bullet for an arm. A cannon for an arm. So we have to actually look at the line. We have to grade the line off of how Michael Penix played, not how Kirk Cousins, because Kirk Cousins doesn't leave the box. He doesn't leave the pocket. So Kirk Cousins rushed the pass because he thinks he's getting pressure. But if you actually look at it, he's not getting pressure. That interception he threw yesterday, it wasn't because of pressure. It was because Kirk Cousins had his feet literally like this when he threw the ball. He was planted wrong. So,
and he hold the ball too damn long too.
And so
in a clean pocket.
Yes, but if you actually look at the time Kirk Cousins is getting to get the ball out, it is the same as every other quarterback in the NFL. So McGarry is still having a good season technically.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is what John had drafted. All right, McGarry. I put it to you like this: a lot of fans harp on McGarry for what he did his first 2 years as a pass protector. All right, McGarry has taken steps beyond said point. I don't negate that from him. I don't think that what acknowledge it. He's a lot better at pass protection than what he was when he first got into the league.
McGarry actually been good this year though.
Hold on. Hold on. that goes to Dwayne Ledbetter sitting putting. I mean, not Ledbetter. Another jump putting work together. All right. Now, when you are playing right tackle for a right-handed quarterback, that is entirely different than playing the blind side protector for a left-handed quarterback. His stat for a right-handed quarterback is good, but that's not the focus anymore. You got to be a Jake Matthews now. And McGarry was never that. Never been close to that. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I think that's just a mute point. Like, because most players now, I mean, most quarterbacks now play out of the pistol and the shotgun now. So I'm looking at the line. I know how to motion. I know how to do all the checks. I know my checks. Teams are not going to sit there and say, well, this is your blind side. So, you're not. Quarterbacks tend to feel for their blind side. They know what's going on, and they already have that type of stuff set up. To me, I just think we might say it might be a big deal, but actual
I,
gameplay, it's
I,
not a big deal because
another
McGregor's job is still to block. That's just it's
Slim,
not gonna change.
I,
Slim,
It
just
another
doesn't
literally
get extreme and it doesn't get back. He's still gonna have to block.
another thing is
line up.
another
You know
another
why
thing is
we started off on the right side of the defense with the left, with technically, the right side of the defense, because he was supposed to be going up against a weaker protector, and he wasn't excelling. So they had to move him to the far side to sort of get him out of the way, but still have him playing position. And they went with Ebiketie.
Hey, Winston. Hey, Winston. Hey, Winston.
Utilized.
Winston. That brother was trying to holler at you right quick. Say, what were you trying to say, bro?
I was trying to say another thing. They got to know how to prepare for Penix. You know what I'm saying? They don't know nothing about Penix. They know how to prepare for Kirk Cousins, but they don't know how to. They haven't played Penix yet. They got to prepare for that.
And isn't that the beauty of it all?
Nah, but I'm gonna tell you something.
That we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, that's certified right there.
I'm gonna tell you something for real. Watch this playbook open up. I keep telling people that.
Thanks, Uncle Steve. I appreciate you, brother.
Zach Robinson was not here for
you.
Kirk Cousins. Zach Robinson was here for Michael Penix. Period.
Absolutely.
I promise you, watch this playbook open up, because I didn't, like I keep saying, I didn't realize it to the Denver game when they brought him in. They want to play a vertical game like everybody else. They don't really care about the play action bootleg. They want you to stand in that pocket and launch that ball. And one thing I realized about Michael Penix, because I really wanted defense in the draft, even though I knew how good of a quarterback he was. But one thing I saw, that man don't got to plant his foot to throw that ball. Because Casey Washington got hit, that man didn't plant his foot to make that throw. He went over the, like most of the times when you hear people say take the top off of defense, it's usually a wide receiver. You have a quarterback that went down the field and took the top off the defense, in my mind, off the first play. And it was accurate, and it would have been really caught had Casey not got hit the way he got hit. And that's just because he's a small receiver. But imagine if that had been a Darnell Mooney or a Drake London or a Kyle Pitts.
Dude, that was on point.
Robinson. That was to the house. That was touchdown. Easy. So if you mess around and let somebody get behind that defense with this, the way he want to run that, man, watch. I'm going to tell you that Zach Robinson slammed up in the stop with Michael Penix. I almost can promise it just by watching the way he called plays with Kirk Cousins. We think they bad play calls, but had you had a mobile quarterback, a lot of them play calls were not bad calls. Because if you remember, Kirk, man, I've watched one game. I can't even remember what game it was. This man had an open lane where he could have ran for the touchdown, but he can't run.
That was all the games.
That is probably the worst thing I've ever heard. So you're saying that a coordinator is scheming up a game for a quarterback that's not even in the game.
That's
not even in the game.
Already made for Michael Penix. That they just Kirk Cousins is a bridge quarterback, bro.
Exactly.
I know this.
I'm the one who championed for Kirk Cousins because I know what Kirk Cousins did to us every time he played us, bro. I've been a Falcons fan for a long time. Kirk Cousins used to carve us up. I'm not finna sit here and act like I ain't watched Kirk Cousins carve us up. And I'm talking about before
this is pre-injury though. This is pre-injury though.
That's what I was getting to. That was pre-injury. That's what made them pick Penix, because I think they seen some from the beginning and just didn't tell nobody. Because lately the Falcons ain't been the transparent Falcons that they've been all these years.
I think they had a timeline on Kirk for 2 years. Their experts probably came to them and said, if everything goes right, we can get about 2 years out of Kirk Cousins. That's why you can tell the contract talks. If you look at the contract talks. And they was not saying on because if they was to keep Kirk Cousins for 3 years, he would be actually hurting them more than he's helping them. So more than likely,
but wouldn't that?
But okay, Slim.
Before you go, John, real quick. I got a comment here from a Vikings fan, and we speaking of Kirk Cousins, so this correlates to what we're saying. He says, as a Vikings fans, I know how it feels to have Kirk as a quarterback, and I empathize. At least it looks like you would only have to deal with him for one season rather than 6. I want to ask y'all something that goes along with this comment and goes along with what we're saying right now. And we can go around the panel on this, but in your opinion, we'll start with you, Winston. We'll go from the bottom and on up. What do you do with Kirk Cousins right now? You know, granted, he on this team the next 3 games, but when the offseason hits, if that's the end of the regular season or end of the playoffs, what's the most ideal thing you do with Kirk Cousins at this point?
Personally, I'm feeling trade off. If I can't get a trade done by June 1st, or not even June 1st, by the end of middle of May, I'm designating him as a June 1st cut. And I'm just gonna eat the cap it. But with the June 1st designation, it's split instead of it being all the dead cap it. What? Nah, hold on. Yeah. I June 1st. But it's explicit, so instead of it all being a dead cap hit for the next season, it'll be split in 2 and pay it off in 2 seasons.
All right, so he said
I would prefer to trade him.
All right, what do you say, Uncle Steve? What do you do with Kirk Cousins? Do you keep him as a backup? You cut him? You trade him? What's on the table?
Well, if Uber isn't hiring and they still have Whataburger that's now hiring down the street, I think you're at a point where you have to have some serious conversations with Kirk about restructuring the contract, because you can still do this. You can possibly get him to say, "Look, Kirk, we can't even move you, bro. You are not tradable." And
That's
contrary
exactly
to
what I
belief,
want.
folks, contrary to belief, what team right now in the NFL, knowing that you got Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, and a couple of other young cats coming out of the college draft, who's gonna take a 37-year-old, possibly washed up quarterback on their team? What team that's even a quarterback away is gonna take him? So I think what you do is you have a serious conversation. The MVP of this season is not Josh Allen, it's not Lamar Jackson, it's Kirk Cousins' agent, because he fleeced us so hard this year. He's the MVP. But what happens, Tidy? I think what you do is you have a serious conversation with Kirk. Kirk, can you help us with the contract a little bit? We know you're not going to be here, but can we do something where we filter you some upfront money and then kind of for the next 3 or 4 years kind of dwindle down the guaranteed money, and then that makes it easier for us to cut him in 2026 and see and just ask him what is for real. Would he be willing to back up? As a professional, you need to do that. You need to think about doing that. You can't trade him, Winston. Nobody's going to take him. Not even John Harris would take him.
John Harris won't pay it.
All right, King Richard, what's on the table for you? What do you say is the most feasible way to deal with Kirk Cousins at the end of the regular season or the end of the playoffs, whenever the Falcons season ends?
Well, I'm sort of on the boat with Uncle Steve, because I just seen it was like a 56. We paid him 56 this year. He get 27 next year. I'm about with Uncle Steve. No one's gonna take him. That's just what it is. No one really wants stand in the pocket like that quarterback anymore. So I asked him to restructure and he just have to be the highest paid backup in the league. It is what it is. Like,
Yeah.
hey, you your shot. Hey, if the young bull come out and show what he's supposed to be worth, and then hey, you just gonna be the high paid backup in the league. But because I already know ain't nobody finna take you. Not after that game we just watched with the Raiders. That was the most boringest football game I've ever watched in my life. Like, literally. I couldn't even tell who was the 2-10 team. That's how bad it was. So I don't see nobody want them. So I'm more along the line with Uncle Steve. You can restructure. Even if you don't restructure, you still gonna be the highest paid backup in the league. Even if you don't restructure, we finna sit you down. It is what it is. Because if I'm Raheem Morris, I'm not banking my whole career on Kirk Cousins the same way Arthur Smith did with Matt Ryan. I'm not banking my whole career on you trying to shake back, because this is after the injury. Pre-injury, you were that guy. After the injury, hey, it may have just took a toll. I think he was still hurt when they took him out there in the first place, and they knew it and we didn't, because like I keep telling people, these ain't them same transparent Falcons that we've been dealing with for all these years. They've been hiding stuff from us ever since Terry stepped in the building. I'm just going to be honest about that. They don't tell us the truth about nothing. So my thing is, like I said, make them the high paid back up in the league. If you don't restructure, I mean, because nobody gonna take them. I really don't want the cap hit, regardless of anything, because that's gonna put us right back in the same. We don't have a 4 picks this year, so we got to move real strategic. And if that being strategic mean make you the high paid backup, then you just the high paid backup.
All right, well said. What about you, Art?
I gotta go with man on that, man. I agree also. I was gonna say Winston, but I did say the same thing. I said probably nobody gonna take him, especially after that Raiders game, man, because that was just, man, that was horrible. Like watching paint dry, like I said. But on to the next. Yeah, I agree with
Hey, can I say something when everybody else done?
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Slim, what about you? What you gonna do if you Terry Fontenot when the clock strikes 12?
So you got multiple options you could do here. Here's the thing. First off, no team is going to trade for him. Only reason why, it's not because the team won't pick him up, because the team will pick him up. It's just they already know the Falcons got to cut him. So you starting Michael Penix. So they already know the Falcons going to have to cut him if you don't. But if I was the general manager, I would try to renegotiate his contract, see if he'll renegotiate his contract. But I would try to keep him as a backup because, one, he's on the back end of his career. So I know he might decline it, but if push comes to shove, we just gonna have to cut him. But I would just try to renegotiate his contract to just keep him as a backup, because he already know it's gonna be difficult for him to go out there and sell himself. And like
hold on real quick, Slim, while you think, my bad. Somebody got the
That's Red. Red, turn your radio down. Or mute your mic.
Mute your mic for us, Red. Go ahead, Slim.
So like King was saying earlier, is that, damn, I forgot what I was about to say, but no, you get but no, I was just trying to renegotiate his contract, and if he don't want to do that, I'll just cut him. That's it, because he already know he on the back end of his career, so it's gonna be hard for him to resell himself, especially after this season when you just got benched. So if you do get cut and go to another team, you're not gonna make a fully guaranteed contract. You're gonna be either a 1-year starter or you're gonna be another bridge quarterback. So I would just try to negotiate with him to keep him here for the 4 years and just make him a backup, because we all know he's still hurt. So let's say something was to happen to Penix where he get hurt, and maybe a year or two we can pull in Kirk Cousins and he could be another Joe Flacco, because he can still get us games. He's smart. He can still teach Michael Penix as well, and he's getting paid good money to do it. So I would go with that route instead of just trying to straight cut him to the wolves. But the future is here, Michael Penix.
All right, James, what would you do if you Terry Fontenot, man? How you gonna handle this Kirk Cousins situation at year's end?
I see it on both ends from Winston and I can't lean on either side, but I'll take the approach both ways, and even the third way with negotiating with him, because for the simple fact, Kurt, as Slim says, he on his latter year, so he can be a good teaching tool. Well, no, I don't even think he's a good teaching tool for Michael Penix at this point on the way he plays. So I'll take that out. So with that being said, post June 1st, if he don't want to to renegotiate the contract. He don't want to take a trade. You gotta do what you got to do and just bite the bullet and cut him.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt but 1 year. That's the one good thing about it. Coach,
Right.
what you gonna do if you Terry, man?
Oh damn! I thought John was going. I honestly, bro, I can't believe what I'm hearing. Like, I feel like you absolutely have to try to figure out how to restructure and keep Kirk, because as happy as everyone is that Michael Penix is about to start, you have no idea what kind of player this guy is going to be. He could be the biggest bust we've ever seen in the history of football. You have no clue. So, yeah, in my opinion, you would have to keep him for at least 2 years, for at least the guaranteed amount of money term, the 3 years, so you can see what you have in your starting quarterback. Because let's say you get rid of him and we have
Red, mute
a
your mic.
situation, and we have a situation like old boy from Carolina. Now you're looking foolish because now we don't have another backup quarterback. We don't have the one who could take the reins. So I believe you absolutely have to figure out a way to either restructure. You have to keep him on the team for at least the term of his guaranteed contract money.
All right, so you're gonna ride it out. I like it. John, Terry Fontenot, you got a decision to make. What you gonna do with Kirk Cousins at the end of the year?
Well, I gotta agree with Coach. I definitely gotta agree with Coach. This is a new shiny toy, Michael Penix. Okay, you don't know. We don't know what we got. Same thing with Kirk Cousins. Everybody is saying that he got to be hurt, but if you look at the reports every week, there are no reports coming out that anything wrong with Kirk Cousins physically. Okay, and I don't think they do psychological evaluations in the NFL and put them on the injury report. Not yet. So I'm this what has happened to Kirk Cousins. Man, I don't know what it is. I diagnosed one specific problem. Okay, I diagnosed one specific problem along with all of the other shortcomings that he brought to the table, which your team knew when you signed him that he couldn't move, that he was a pocket passer strictly, that all of that stuff that he's been doing, or that came with the package, the fleas that came with the dog. You accepted him. Falcons, you accepted him. You signed. Okay, we paid him all this money. We gave up a 5th round draft pick because they determined we were tampering in going to sign. So y'all went whole hog, wide open, eyes wide open in on this situation. So, I mean, he's got to be here as a backup, at least. But keep him away from Michael Penix, because he can't teach Michael Penix not nothing. It's the same thing that I said about Matt Ryan. If you got a Justin Fields, keep him away from it. I don't want y'all eating at the same table. I don't want y'all eating the same food. I don't want y'all drinking the same drink. And if y'all lock eyes,
John, if you're gonna go there right, you gotta just cut him then. You gotta cut him. You can't keep them away from each other in a football atmosphere. If you that stern,
yeah, you can.
Cut him. No, you
can't. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Look, hey, Tidy, I'd have that joker in the dormitory. He'd be on that dormitory down at the end room. The other would be at the other end.
That's what I'm saying, John. I think that strategy would actually hurt more than it would help. At that point, you just got to cut him.
That'll destroy the locker room.
It will hurt the locker room.
Well, hey, whoa, wait a minute. Now, you know what? Y'all just brought up something. Is this going to hurt the locker room, what you just did?
No, I
Nope.
think they talked to the
No.
locker room before they made this decision. Just
No,
I think they because here's the thing.
wait a
There
minute.
was reports. There was reports out that
Slim.
was saying players was saying Michael Penix is the best quarterback in the building. So I'm pretty sure they had a conversation with the other players.
That didn't come from any reliable source. Nobody put their name on it.
Yes,
But
it did.
guess
Jordan,
what? Michael
Jordan
Penix is the
Schultz
starter
did.
right
He
now.
put his name on it.
It came
Who
from two
did?
sources, though, John. It came from two different sources.
Yeah.
Okay,
Jordan Schultz is one of them.
who? Did they put the name on it?
Yeah, I'm saying the name. Jordan Schultz. He put his name on it.
Who's
He's
Jordan
one of them.
Schultz?
And Ian Rappaport.
And
Yeah.
Who's
Rappaport,
Ian Rappaport?
too.
Oh, these reporters. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, I'm about to say, you don't know who
I want to know
Rappaport
what
They
players
They
said.
wouldn't have said that. They wouldn't
Ain't no
have said
player
something
gonna
like
put their
that.
name
Yeah.
on that, John.
Yeah, they wouldn't have
Yeah,
said something
that's
like
what
that.
I thought. But see, okay, now if the locker room, now see here we go. Now if the locker room is divided, like that, even before this change was made, was that affecting the Falcons' play?
We don't know, but that's
We
the
don't
point. And here's another thing.
We do.
Here's the thing. These are all professionals. This is not basketball wise. It ain't about the drama. You know what I'm saying? Like if they made the change, I'm pretty sure Kirk Cousins is not going to pull a Marcus Mariota and bail on the team. The man made $250 million. He's still smart.
Wait a minute, Slim. What basketball? What was the need for the basketball comparison?
I'm talking about we want the drama. We acting like it's gonna be drama where it's gonna be like you said something about my man, like all that, other stuff.
You don't think it goes on in a football locker room too?
No, I ain't saying
That is crazy.
That is crazy, man.
That is funny.
Well, no. Wait a minute. You think basketball is the only locker room that has drama like that going on in it?
Yeah, but I'm talking about we won't.
No. Yeah, but it's not an answer.
It don't go.
Yeah, but it's not an answer.
If it is drama in there, I don't want to know about it. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, you do. Oh yes, you do.
I know. Once the drama leaks out into the open, the locker room is completely gone anyway. That's like I be confused with a lot of fans. They be like, why Raheem always smiling? Why Raheem always this? Or why when he talk to the media, he sounds because
Slim, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, Slim.
And a lot of fans are confused by you too. So what you saying?
What are you talking about?
Well, I kind of agree with you on that particular part because see, the thing is, certain people have certain demeanors that some people may read wrong. Just because a man's smiling, shoot, I used to have a supervisor that I used to work for. He used to smile all the doggone time. But you mess around there and mess up, he'll feed you to the wolves in a heartbeat and smile at you while he's doing it. So, it's not a what Coach Raheem looks like. There's no window to the soul based on, what it is you see from the face. I understand that part. But Slim, the same thing that goes on in NBA locker rooms goes on in NFL locker rooms and MLB locker rooms. Okay, there are factions, there are cliques, there are situations that go on that you may never know about. And just like you say, when it leaks out, the locker room is destroyed. There is such a thing, like you said, as the sanctity of the locker room. But your reporters are constantly jugging them. Jugging them microphones in front of folk face. Oh, hey, what did John do this week? Well, I can't tell you about that. Yeah, you can. You can let me know. John ain't gonna, he ain't gonna, this is just between me and you. Next thing you know, it's all over Facebook, TikTok, and everything else. All right. So my going back to the question, I'm gonna say this. We will see. Just like Coach says, and me and Coach, we don't agree all the time, but I got to agree with him this time. You can't get rid of him. And Tidy, hey man, we got to make some type of arrangement here, Tidy, because I don't want him nowhere near, but I want him on the team.
You can't do that.
You can renegotiate his contract to keep him here for the extended of the 4 years he was supposed to be here. Because the thing is, even if Kirk Cousins go to another place, he's probably going to be a starter for 1 year. So he's going to take a little bit of money. You could actually give him a
Who would
little
he
bit of
start
extra.
for? Slim, who would Kirk Cousins start for now?
Kirk Cousins, he will find another team if the Falcons cut him. He will find another team if the Falcons
Who
cut
he
him.
gonna start? Name me a team. Name me a team, Slim, right now. Name me a team right now who Kirk Cousins can start for. Besides the Raiders. Besides the Raiders.
So you name the team. But the Raiders are going
Giants.
to the door.
The Giants,
And
probably.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he might be able to start with the Giants.
You got a bunch of teams who needs a quarterback because this draft class of quarterbacks is not that good. So for him to bridge until next year, like here's the thing: a lot of these teams or coaches or GMs don't look at these players like how fans look at them. Because when fans don't like you, they completely discard you. Look at how they did the quarterback over there and with the Vikings. They was calling him a bust. Now he got one of the best teams. Yeah, Darnold. He got one of the best teams in the NFL. So the reality is, a lot of these coaches have the mentality of, if I get him, we can do something with him. Or I see what type of what type of player he is. I can build something around him to bridge us into the next thing. The next season.
Pardon me, but you got a question from Clay Melton. Clay says, name a team that's going to give you anything for him.
The reality is, no team is going to trade with you for him because one, he has you will have to have him in the negotiation room to actually do the trading, and two, teams are not stupid. They know you're going to have to cut him because if you can't work something out with him, you're going to have to cut him because no one is going to pay that much money for someone to ride the bench. So why would
he got a no trade clause anyway if he's not going to a contender?
I don't get what y'all failing to understand. He's on the back end of his contract. He is not going to take a reduction in pay. None of that. You know what ended up happening? He had to then pull a Matt Ryan, like Matt Ryan did last year, and sit out, go to the booth for a year, and get paid. There is no restructure. That's not happening. That's not an issue. That is not a chance. That's not going to happen. And even if we did restructure him, would you want to be in the same situation that we did with Matt Ryan, when we kept restructuring? And then we got a balloon payment. And then
the difference between Matt Ryan, when you restructure Matt Ryan's, you kept kicking the can down the road because you wanted him to be the starter. Wanted him to be the starter. The reality with Kirk Cousins is you're not trying to make Kirk Cousins the starter. So if you renegotiate his contract or restructure his contract, you're not trying to. What you're trying to do is open up the cap space for you. That's all you're really trying to do is just minimize and blow you about the.
So then, therefore, Kirk will be on this team for 4 years. That's a way. That's a way.
They're gonna cut him. They're gonna probably cut him in the offseason.
That's what I said. That's what I said in the first place. Y'all keep talking about a restructure. That's not going to happen. If we restructure him, he's going to be here for the 4 years of his contract.
I know that. I said that.
That's asinine.
I think you stick with the original contract. Let him here. Put him on the bench. You knew what you was doing. You had Kirk. You signed for 2 years. Then you drafted Penix. You just keep him on the original contract for next year, and then the year after that, you can cut him if need be. But to cut him before you even see what you have as a quarterback would be the dumbest thing ever to do. It was absolutely stupid.
Hey, Red, what would you do, Red? What would you do, Red? Red ain't got a chance to talk yet. Let Red speak his piece.
Yeah, go ahead, Red.
Coach had a good point. I mean, yeah, we all happy that Penix is in the game, but you'll be completely dumb. Get rid of Kirk before you see exactly what you have in Penix. There's no point. I mean, if you still got Kirk under contract, if you got to do some restructuring to save some money, fine. But don't mess up your future cap and all this just to get rid of Kirk when Kirk could easily sit behind Penix, teach him, give him some pointers. Kirk can easily be a coach, not an unofficial coach to Penix, while he's still getting paid with us. We don't have to get rid of Kirk right away. Don't do anything that's gonna mess your cap up for future years to come. If it's all about saving Kirk Cousins' feelings, because I don't care, Kirk, you're gonna sit on that bench, and if I tell you to tutor Penix for the next year or two, that's what you're gonna do. We paying you, so earn your pay. But getting rid of him before you see what you got, that's crazy, especially when you got him on the contract already.
Yeah, but Raheem Morris said this.
Ain't no but that's the right thing to do, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but Raheem Morris said this. If you go to Penix, there's no going back to Cousins.
There ain't no going back to Kirk. You just still keep him around in case the boy get hurt or something unforeseen happen. We're not going back to him. We just keeping him around in case something happen that we don't unforesee, like an injury here or there. And I'm not talking about going back to him. Penix is the guy, and he gonna be the guy going forward.
Red. All right, look. Penix played these 3 games for the rest of the season. Right? All right. Now, if you designate Kirk as a June 1st cut, right? Instead of paying a $27 or $28 million cap hit, you split it in half at 14 and 14. All right. You can go get a backup quarterback for $5, $7, $8 million.
I think they got a quarterback now. Didn't you post something about that?
Backup you getting is somebody that can actually be, useful. Don't just get rid of Kirk, take his little 14.
Excuse my language. Kirk ain't useful. Kirk ain't useful. Like he just said that.
I know that. I said
Kirk ain't useful. But I put it to you like that.
I know Kirk not useful. I said don't go get a backup who's not
So
useful.
then why am I sitting there paying Kirk all that money? That does not make sense. That's bad business.
It does make sense. You were already paying him. What are you talking about? You were already going to pay him the money.
If I cannot get no projection from him, you're not being helpful. Why am I paying you $28 million? But I can sit there and split that up. And I can go 14 and 14. Spend that money, go give me a serviceable backup for a year, and then still have extra money to go fill in other holes. That does not make sense. Kirk fell all the way off the ledge. This is Matt Ryan. This is Matt Ryan once again.
As long as Kirk not starting,
let me ask y'all this: does anybody
not starting no more?
Does anybody foresee Kirk getting any better next year if he has time to heal out and sit down?
Hell no.
But what's wrong? Okay, heal out. What's wrong with it? That's the problem. Is he injured?
I think it's more mental. I think it's mental.
I don't think
injured. Right elbow is injured.
Let me say this. I don't really think it's really an injury because if it was an injury, I think what the Falcons would have did is put him on IR. Okay, we're gonna push on IR. That way we can actually just ease into this Penix things, and it looks a lot better to everybody involved. I don't think he's injured.
Yeah, cause see, I'm
come back to Kirk if it doesn't work out.
Cause see, I'm looking, like I said when I was talking, there has not been one single. Okay, now they were saying he was questionable during or something during the week or whatever. I remember seeing that. But as far as saying ankle, knee, this a contusion, a pull, or a tear, or something of that nature, we haven't seen that. Now, the Falcons got in trouble last year about Bijan's situation, and I hope that they didn't do this same thing again this year.
That was Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith did that.
Yeah, well, the Falcons. The Falcons. Okay.
But I think it's more. Here's the thing: it's more mental. I think just Father Time got to him. Everybody is going to have a decline.
Exactly what happened.
And the thing is that it's just. I think the Falcons, their game plan for Kirk Cousins, it just got speeded up. They didn't
Yeah, it just
expect
happened.
Kirk Cousins to
Happened
have a
in the middle of
decline.
the season.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it
be
just
honest with
happened
y'all.
in the middle
I
of the
don't
season. That's
I
it.
don't think Father Time actually got the Kirk yet. I think the biggest thing is, like Taddy said way back at the beginning of the season, mentally he wasn't ready. And what's happening now is he's pressing so hard to try to be what he was that he's looking like a shell of himself. And that's the biggest thing. Now, if Kirk had taken off this season and just sat on somebody's bench, he might be. I ain't gonna say. I'm not gonna sit there and say Rupert had Minnesota Kirk next year. I'm not gonna say that, but I don't think he would be so far removed as he is now. That's the biggest thing. I think Kirk can go somewhere. I think Kirk can go somewhere else and be serviceable. But him here, sitting in his locker room, like after this season, Kirk need to go. He needed first start.
That's what I
Like he has to go because, for one, like you got a rookie quarterback. He doesn't need the person that he was sitting behind him. Because that basically messed with you. Because
they just did it with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
He started 14 games last year. If I mess up, would they put him back in? That's mentally that's a toll on a rookie. You can't do that to a rookie.
Only reason you got Minnesota because Kevin O'Connell was coaching in Minnesota. That's why you got Minnesota Cousins, because Kevin O'Connell was coaching in Minnesota. Just like he doing for Sam Darnold, just like he did for Kirk Cousins last year. It had nothing to do with Kirk Cousins. It had to do with the coaching.
No, you can't say that.
But
you're giving the offensive coordinator way too much credit when you say you can't say it. It ain't got nothing to do with Kirk Cousins.
Look what's going on with Sam Darnold, Tidy. We know we didn't anticipate this type of season from him.
Yeah, but you got to think Kirk Cousins was still a pretty good quarterback before that, though. Even in Washington, he's still pretty good.
Sam Darnold,
Kirk Cousins was the king of play action. Now here, post injury, they don't do play action anymore because you can't even do bootlegs now with Kirk Cousins because he can't move. So that's what what's that guy named on ESPN was talking about.
Whoa! Now, Slim, hold up. Now this is what I got to ask about the fact that everybody's saying Kirk Cousins can't move. Didn't he scramble a couple of times last night? And in preseason weeks,
barely.
He was slow.
It looked like it took a whole quarter.
Hold on, you didn't see old boy grab his leg, and when he grabbed his foot, he couldn't even get past him. Scared me half to death because that may have been the foot he had the injury on.
I know, but this is the thing. This is the thing.
That goes to the
if he could not move, would he even be trying any of that? He's slow.
They don't understand. They don't understand what the word "can't" means. They keep saying it over and over and over and over. We could clearly see with our eyes that man can run. I said that last week. I don't understand what definition of "can't" is. But
what you're doing is you're trying to be extremely literal.
That ain't no extremely literal. The word "can't" means what it means. Can't means what it means. Ain't no being literal. Can't have one definition.
Well, it is. Hey, coach, hold on. It is being literal.
Let me get this out.
It is being literal because my eyes.
You gotta understand. You gotta understand. You playing a
one mic.
Go to what they just said. Kirk played 90% in the pocket. He doesn't run. So just because he ran 3 times, that doesn't mean he's a runner. He's not a runner.
Exactly.
We didn't
So
say that.
That's not what you
Yeah,
said,
that's
but that's
like-
not what
we
you
didn't
said.
say that.
And no one said that.
No,
No one
but see
said that.
We
Well,
didn't
see,
say
what I'm
that.
saying,
just
Neil,
because he
you
run
keep
one or two
saying
times,
hold on, you
that
keep saying
doesn't negate the fact that he doesn't run. So
I'm not even
Okay,
speaking
but
We
you
on
didn't
said
say
he
that.
can't run.
I'm not
but
even
that's what you
speaking on
said.
I'm
He
not
only
even
ran twice, and then he
I'm
ran
not
for what?
I'm not even
3
speaking
and
on
4
running.
yards. That was it.
I'm not
And
even
see,
speaking
But
on
Okay, y'all.
running.
Hold on. Go ahead, King Rich. He's been trying to go for a minute. Go ahead, King Rich.
I'm not even speaking on running. You got to understand you're playing a sport. Moving and reaction speed are two total different things. Yes, Kirk Cousins can move. I watched him move yesterday in that boring ass game I watched. But
Barely.
his reaction time to moving was slow. That's why our old boy had to do was grab the bottom of his foot because his reaction time so slow that when he was about to catch his burst, old boy grabbed his foot like, where you think you going? So moving
okay,
and
well say
having
that
a
then. Don't say
reaction
can't.
time,
Don't say
those
can't.
two different things.
No,
Don't say
and see
can't.
something else.
I never said he couldn't. I said
He
moving.
might as
Then he
well
said-
not
I'm not
move.
talking
He
about
can barely
Two different
damn
things.
run.
I'm not
Cause see-
talking about
Ass.
Hold on. What was said was that he can't move.
exactly.
He can
Okay.
move.
You said
Exactly.
he could. That there were people saying he can't move,
Wait,
and
hold on.
I saw
Said
this
that.
man
But
move.
I'm kind of like Slim. Y'all being a little too literal. It's just
Ain't
like
no literal tidy. Come on, bro.
Let me explain.
Okay, explain, Tidy.
Like even going back in the day, some people would say, "Boy, that damn Larry Bird can play some ball, but he can't jump." When theoretically, yeah, he could jump.
Thank you.
Troy Anderson, man, Troy Anderson can't fucking tackle. He technically can tackle. You know what I'm saying? Like you taking the word can't and you pitching up to the definition of the word instead of understanding that we're using a little bit of sports jargon in that also. Of course we know he can run. Hold on, coach. Of course we know he can run. He's a professional football player. They all can run. You know,
Thank you.
everybody on this panel can technically run, no matter what kind
I
of
can't do it no more. Tidy.
Hey, let me put my pit bull behind you. Let's see what you're doing.
Exactly.
I'm gonna get bit.
No. Everybody, if you can walk, you can run. You may not be going fast, but you can run.
My ankle, but I'm gonna run.
Y'all been a little too technical when somebody says can't.
No, ain't being no too technical, bro. If you tell me someone can't do something and I watch them do it, that defeats the actual definition of the word "can." You can't say that.
You know we know they can run. It's just it's much.
You know what the hell we saying.
My point
So
is,
let's just say this. So
point
here's the thing, Tidy. If we watching a person play a game and 99% of the time they stay in the pocket and just about 2 drives they ran, I'm gonna look to you and say, this dude stayed in the pocket the whole game. Like this dude can't get out the pocket.
Right.
Doesn't negate the fact that he got out of the pocket twice. But that just says the majority of the time he doesn't move. But the reality is you hear the word can't, you emphasize the word can't, but everybody knows Kirk Cousins
empathize anything.
Move.
Let me ask you this. What do y'all expect Michael Penix to do? Because he was an actual threat.
He was a pocket pass
before he tore his knees up. But now he's staying in the pocket. And it's not getting out there and it's gashing you running. He played like Joe Burrow.
That's what we're looking for.
He's a lot more athletic. You know,
He can't be no worse than Kirk. I'll tell you that much.
And he has the tangibles.
You know
He
that.
can make all the throws. He has the tangibles. He can make all the throws. And not to mention, we're talking about a 24-year-old against
See,
a
this is what I'm
36-year-old.
talking about. How do you know? How do you know he can do all that? That man has thrown 5 passes in the NFL. Like, bro, stop it.
Here's the thing. That's just like saying all these other quarterbacks. Everybody was banking on, what's his name? Caleb Williams was gonna be the best quarterback in the league. Oh, what's his name?
Exactly.
The dude over there in Denver. The dude over there in Denver
That's
was
the
gonna be
point.
a bust.
That's the point.
Everybody was saying the dude over there in Denver was gonna be a bust. They put
That's
him on
the
the
point.
field, and he's doing good. It seems like no matter what, I don't know why. This is a human trait. We always think of the negatives instead of thinking, well, you can get out there and play. So the reality is, yes, he might not be able to play, but there's also another reality that he can get out there.
He could be great. He might not be a bum.
But hold on. Now hey, Wilson, did you finish Wilson?
The negative.
No, because Slim said look.
How
He
can
just talking
anybody
nonsense.
finish with Flynn ran the way you're doing? Can't nobody finish.
Analyze a sport. You say the good, you say the bad. But you have to be impartial. You cannot be biased because this player plays for your team. You got to take that fandom out of it. When you're sitting there talking, speaking to masses like we're doing at this present juncture, you have to take the fandom out of it and be. You got to be unbiased. It is what it is.
Exactly.
Now, Michael Penix. When Michael Penix first got to college, yes, he was a dual threat quarterback. Now, I'm not sitting there saying that he will not sit there and go break a run, but he plays within the pocket. Right now, at this present juncture, he plays like Joe Burrow. He will run on you. He will go scramble and pick up 8, 9, 10 yards real quick. But he plays like Burrow. He's going to try to beat you in the pocket.
And that's what we want.
Yes, that's what most teams
want.
He's
better than Kirk. I know
quarterback
that
right now to play just like Joe Burrow.
But okay,
this is what I'm saying. How can you fix your face to say that? How can you say he's better than Kirk Cousins?
I'm gonna ask you the same question. How can you fix your face to say he's not gonna
Kirk
do
Cousins
that?
is like watching paint dry.
Hold on.
I have never said that he was better or not better. Never have I said that.
If you ask the panel, it just sounds like you just being negative about it. Like,
how am I being negative? I'm being realistic. We don't know what this dude is. Y'all sitting here saying that this man is gonna be this. He gonna be that. When we don't know. We don't know a damn thing.
Paint drying is better than watching Penix, is what you say.
Well, see, we don't know.
Did I
we
say
don't
that?
know. We don't know.
Locker room, no. Look, the
locker room. Hey, hold on. See, the thing is about the locker room.
One second. Hey, Ty, look, can you go on ESPN? ESPN just dropped the article. Said what's next for the Falcons? Can you pull that up? I can't do it without getting off the stream, yard. But go ahead, John.
But see, like I said,
oh, have mercy.
We don't know. When you draft these college quarterbacks, when you draft these college wide receivers, when you draft these college running backs, tight ends, offensive linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers, you don't know what they're going to do until they get out there on my football field and show you what they can do. And because of that, now I see all of the projections. Okay, I see all of the projections, and C-Dub just sent me something. I'm going to have to look at it. But at any rate, all of these projections that you have about players, you don't know about. Heisman Trophy winners are supposed to be some of the best. That's supposed to indicate that that's the best doggone athlete in college. Okay, but when they get to the NFL, what happens to most Heisman Trophy winners?
But let me hit you with this.
I would rather have a player.
Wait a minute. I can't hear all of y'all hollering at me at the same time.
No, I was just saying you can't be scared to take a risk because that's just like
I don't. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But there are no guarantees. There are no guarantees.
I would rather have a player I don't know about than have a Kirk Cousins on the field when I know he's mentally done. He's done. Like he's on his bottom. He's on the bottom of his career. and he's mentally broken. So I would rather have a player.
That's
with a
not
question
the
mark
Slim. That's not the question.
Fine.
Because
But
I
y'all
know
up
Slim,
here talking about
destroyed
y'all
the team.
talking like
Slim, that's not the question.
he's already
We didn't
crowned.
see. We're not saying what we rather have. See, the die has been cast. The die has already been cast. Kirk Cousins, you sitting down. Michael Penix, you're now the starting quarterback. The die has been cast. So what we would rather have or whatever, that's out the window. We are going to see what we have starting this coming Sunday. All right. Now that we're going to see what we're going to have starting this coming Sunday, that's when the judgment of what type of player he is starts.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
I think what people are saying is like, once you've looked at Kirk Cousins these last 5 games, I hate to keep beating a dead horse, but 1 touchdown, 9 interceptions.
5 games.
In the fumble.
1 touchdown.
The Falcons have only won 1 of those 5 games. You got this kid that you drafted at number 8 overall when some people say you didn't even need a quarterback. So I think what people are trying to say is like, look, we knew this day was going to come sooner than later. And with Kirk in such a funk right now, it's like we have nothing to lose. So when we bring him in, we're going to hope for the best, but ain't nobody guaranteeing we're going to bring in the next Pat Mahomes. He could be the next Ryan Lee, but what do we have to lose?
Exactly. I'd rather see that than see Penix
Didn't we do this? Didn't we do this same thing 2 years ago?
No, we didn't, John. We didn't.
Nope.
Nope.
Because that was the third round.
Hold on. Let me respond. Y'all can't do that now, because
why not?
That's
Because
a third round.
It's not the same.
Regardless of the round.
No. The round.
Hold on, John. Hold on. I'm gonna blow it up. Go ahead, Toddy.
The round makes a big difference because now you have scouted this guy. This guy has a first round grade. Your brain trust says, look, we see this guy's the 8th overall pick. Y'all have to understand Desmond Ridder was brought here by default. A lot of people don't even understand, or they've forgotten how Ritter got here. Ritter got here because we needed a quarterback. We had to draft one. We could not pay for one at the time. Matt Ryan was gone. We had to bring a quarterback in here. We had no choice. We had no money. And we had
I agree with all that.
Hold on, John. I'm gonna blow it up. I promise you. Go ahead, Toddy.
So now that you
want to blow somebody's stuff up, coach.
Now you got your guy that you're looking at as your franchise quarterback. It's not the same situation as what we went through with Desmond Ridder. It's not remotely the same once you look at it at face value.
Okay, Toddy. Let me say this. Let me say this. So remember when we had Marcus Mariota behind the center? Everybody was caught. He was playing like garbage. Everybody was saying, "Play Desmond Ridder. Play Desmond Ridder. Play Desmond Ridder." Am I incorrect in that statement? Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Most of the fan base was calling for Desmond Ridder, right?
Right.
All right. Desmond Ridder, everybody said, oh man, he's got to be better than Mariota. He's better than Mariota. He's better. Without seeing any play on the field, they already crowned him the next Falcons starting quarterback.
That's wrong.
Now he gets
That's wrong. A lot of people saw him for what he was. Just a change of
third rounder. He was drafted in the
third round.
But that was after. I'm still talking, Slim. That was after he played. I'm talking about before he even stepped on the field. People were crowning him. Heidi, don't shake your head. You know it. People were crowning him the next quarterback of the Falcons. He was better than Mariota. That's all people kept saying. That's all people were saying. He was better than Mariota. He could do this. He could do that. He gets in the game and is asshole garbage. What I'm saying is, before anybody crown Michael Penix this savior of the Falcons, or he can do this and he can do that and he's this and he's that. How about the man get on the field and play some football? That's my
So let
point.
me rebuttal that. Let me
Yeah,
rebuttal that.
that's
right
my
quick.
point.
All
I
right,
ain't
so
saying you
You
was
can't
saying
rebuttal
that.
that.
with the
He better than Kirk, though. I
with
know
the
that
Ritter
man.
thing. First, we have to
So
understand the
let's do this one
situation.
at a time, y'all. Let's just everybody get off one at a time.
Hold
Y'all
on.
see
And
the
I'll try to
picture.
make it quick. With the
Yeah.
Ritter thing, we have to understand the situation. We totally dropped the ball with the Matt Ryans. So then they had to
I don't
hurry
want to hear
up and
none of
go
that.
get.
None
No,
of that
hold on,
matters. None of that
hold on.
matters. It don't
Hold on,
matter.
coach. Hold
You
on,
had your
coach.
It
Let
don't
him get
matter
out. Let
though.
her get up. Let her get up.
Then we had to
Let him
hurry
get it
up.
off, coach.
But he
We
talking
had to hurry
nonsense.
up and
It
go
does
get a
not
quarterback.
matter.
Then
I
we
It
had
does
to
not
understand.
hurry up.
matter.
I
You
understand
let
where
me
you're
get
coming
my
from, but let him get it
hold
off,
on,
bro.
coach. You just had your talk. So we totally dropped the ball with Matt Ryan. So then we had to hurry up and go get a quarterback. And everybody, the reason why we got Mariota, because we had Arthur Smith and he was in cahoots with Mariota. He used to coach Mariota, and everybody thought Arthur Smith was the quarterback whisperer. He could take a poor quarterback and make him good because of the run game. So then we drafted Desmond Ridder in the third round. He already had a bunch of the reason why he was drafted in the third round is because he had a bunch of issues, and that quarterback class was not considered that good. That's why everybody
Exactly.
was jumping the gun, trying to get them a busted quarterback out of that draft. And some of them quarterbacks got overdrafted, and some of them didn't. So the thing is, we were saying Mariota was completely a bust. So just go ahead and start Desmond Ridder so we can see if the Falcons made the good choice. And the reality is they didn't. But it wasn't a mistake that was going to hurt them because, once again, he was drafted in the third round. That means he has a bunch of red flags on him. The difference between Penix is we drafted him in the first round. So whether we like it or not, he's going to be here for a couple of years. So we're going to have to see what we got in him. And we already know the whole game plan for Kirk Cousins was to be here for about 2 years. But now we see Kirk Cousins is on the decline. So, yes, go ahead and put him in here now.
Y'all do know Vegas wanted Penix, right?
Yeah, a couple of teams wanted Penix. A couple Saints wanted Penix. They said he was the most pro-worthy quarterback coming out the draft. They didn't say that about Ritter, did they? No, they didn't.
All right, look. See. Go ahead, Wentz. My bad, Whoa. My bad, big dog. You go ahead, big dog.
Here's the difference. All right. Because
you're gonna apologize to tonight.
Oh no, that's my brother from another man. All
For real. And I'm in celebration tonight. You see the picture.
I see. And it just be lighting up every time you talk.
You apologize to everybody.
With a lot of people don't understand is this. All right, so the reason that Mariota and Ritter got here was because of us restructuring. That was the biggest reason. When we finally got Matt Ryan out the door, we had no money to build a team. If y'all remember, we set an NFL record for 1 year contract that year because we had no money. All right? So when Matt Ryan left, we had to go get Mariota. One, because he was like one of the only quarterbacks that we could afford, and he had comfortability in the type of offense that Arthur Smith ran. Had to go get him. All right. Now, then along the same line, we didn't have another quarterback outside of Felipe Frank on the roster, so we needed to go draft a quarterback. That's how Ritter got here. All right. Ritter was never supposed to be a franchise quarterback. In all actuality, Mariota's supposed to did a year. Ritter hold it down for another year, maybe two, and we get our franchise quarterback. That was supposed to have been the situation. It didn't pan out that way. But with everybody sitting there saying that Mariota was a bust while he was here, to be honest, Mariota had this offense, with Arthur Smith offense, on course and on track better than Ritter ever did. If y'all actually go look at these numbers, look at these stats, Mariota was the better quarterback between him and Ritter. He was the better quarterback. Now, in this scenario, that's why I said way back when the draft first happened, we built the team wrong. Because You spent all this money on the Kirk Cousins, and then you turn around and go spend a first round pick on a quarterback. I understand you got to think towards the future. That's great. That's beautiful. But at the same time, there are other holes on this team that needed to be filled. And now you're in a situation that now you have a left-handed quarterback stepping into an offensive line designed for a right-handed quarterback. So now you got to address that to protect your franchise quarterback. Your defense has the same holes. Judon didn't pan out. Justin Simmons is Justin Simmons, and we all know what that is. Mike Hughes is not a true number 2 cornerback. The alpha been rotisserie chicken all season long. Our linebacking room is subpar to say nicely. There are so many holes on this team, but everything that happened this all season has been bad. We drafted 4 off on defensive linemen, and they barely touched the field. We get no productivity out of them. Everything that Terry Fontenot has done this offseason has turned for shit.
I don't agree with that. It's not about holes in the team. It's just coaching. We have 1-year coaches.
Let me respond. Let me respond right quick.
This offseason, the only 2 moves that Fontenot made this offseason that we all can collectively sit there and say he nailed this is getting Donnell Mooney and getting Charlie Warner. Outside of that, who else has really shown up?
Go ahead.
Nobody.
And that's why I made the post. That's why I made the post.
It's just you already have.
Let me respond.
Let Red go.
Terry was scared, Winston. Terry was scared, man. That he
went into the offseason. He's getting fired this offseason.
Huh?
He's gonna get fired this offseason.
Yeah, he was scared.
He spent all that money on
He didn't want to. He was scared. He was scared his guy wasn't gonna be there in the draft, even though he should have been. He was scared his guy because we always committed to going with a young guy in the draft once we got rid of Ritter. But Terry was scared that his guy wasn't gonna be there. Penix, Daniels, or whoever he had on his board, he was scared that he wasn't gonna be there. He had to have a backup plan. And the thing about it is, you dumb and spent too much money on your backup plan. You didn't have to go with $100 million for Kirk Cousins. Like a lot of folks said, you could have got Russell Wilson in him for $1 million.
All right, hold on. Here we go at that. The Russell Wilson. Why do y'all think Russell Wilson would choose?
Okay, well, not Russell Wilson, but I'm saying anybody. You could have got a Joe Flacco. You could have did a lot of.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. We're gonna stay here, Red. We're gonna stay here. What is Joe Flacco doing right now?
Yeah, I want to know that too.
You just want somebody just to hold him.
Wait, hold on, Red.
Okay.
You just called Terry scared. So you gotta be able to provide a solution to what you deem as the problem. So what would have been a more viable thing to do other than Kirk Cousins?
Wait, you get your guy in the draft.
And let me go after this.
Who? Wilson. I'm telling you what I would have did. Sign you just a veteran backup or a veteran starter just in case.
Like who? Name names.
I'm telling you, Wilson or Flacco. Because to me, my mindset is I'm going to get my guy in the draft.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a second time. What is Flacco doing right now?
Okay, but coming off last year, we didn't know. Coming off last year, he had a pretty decent year.
Yeah, but what is he doing right now?
Tidy, that's hindsight, man. Come on.
That's not hindsight. What you're doing is hindsight. Because
coming out last season.
Because you're looking at what a team failed at, and you're saying we should have did this, should have did that, but you really can't give a viable solution. Like when people say Russell Wilson,
we all was saying we wanted a young guy in the draft.
No, we weren't. Some of us were. Just like when people say Russell Wilson, I always ask those same people, like, what make y'all think that Russell Wilson would choose the Falcons over the Steelers? Like who
Because
does
they
that?
look at players like Madden players, like
Like
they
who
don't
does
have
that?
a
Like
soul. They
like
sit
like,
in the
and
closet.
I always say this. Like if I'm coming out of high school and both of these colleges tell me I can start, Alabama want me and Vanderbilt want me. You think I'm gonna go to Vanderbilt?
Yeah,
I'm
true,
going to Bama.
true.
So
Because they look at
why do people think if Russell Wilson can choose between the Falcons and the Steelers, why would he choose Atlanta? We got to step out our own fandom sometime.
They look at players like Madden players, like they sit in the closet like this, like default characters.
They wanted a young guy in the draft, and they just stayed with their plan. Be faithful in your plan. Penix would have fell right to him, but they terribly
You don't know
scared.
that though. That's the problem about the draft. You don't know how people draft.
Well, you gotta take a chance.
They even said they were shocked.
You gotta take a chance and go get the guy.
Let me say this right quick.
Go ahead, Jay.
So my understanding is Terry's scary. How is Terry scared when this is his first year ever having first deals on the team? If you go back and remember, he was on the 50-50 role with Rich McCain, Red. So how can he be scared to make moves when this is his first year having full control of the team?
Hey, Jim, I can tell you what. Because this is year 4 and he ain't got an extension yet.
It's year 4. It's year 4, but this is his first year actually being called a GM instead of going to get coffee for Rich McCain.
I don't understand why everybody gets
Understandable.
like, excuses for everybody, but always just smoke for Kirk. That's what is annoying.
Oh, I ain't got no smoke for Kirk. I just don't like what the hell doing right now.
See, the thing was
when Kirk was a free agent.
Hold on, y'all. See, the thing was they did come with a plan to try to nurture Michael Penix. Unfortunately, within the situation, you had to force a coach's hand, like I said earlier. You had to make a drastic move. That's not a scary move in my picture. That's actually making a real busting move because you forgot that Raheem said 2 weeks before that he wasn't going, that Kirk wasn't starting moving forward.
I think they knew.
He see the progression in his quarterback, and his quarterback ain't progressing, so he had to make a drastic move. And that's from Terry, that's from Raheem, and even Arthur Blank.
I think they
Arthur
knew.
Blank had to play in this as well.
I think they knew it was a possibility with Kirk Cousins being 36, coming off an injury, that this what happening now could happen. That's another reason why they got Penix, I think.
Okay, now let me ask this question. Let me ask this question.
Yeah, I think so.
Let me ask this question.
Go ahead, John.
Was Kirk Cousins your franchise quarterback up until he was benched this week?
He can't be a franchise quarterback.
Why not?
Because he was a short-term quarterback. He was only going to be
no. Why couldn't he be your franchise quarterback? Because and the reason why I'm asking this, I pulled up an article from back in April of 2022 from Sports Illustrated. The title of it is Falcons quarterback Desmond Ridder, the next Deshaun Watson or Ryan Tannehill. The subtitle says the Falcons will give Ritter every opportunity to be the future franchise quarterback. Now,
okay,
you are hold on. You are not the franchise quarterback until you are designated so by your play, not by your draft selection. Not by your draft selection.
How does
see, wait a minute.
A franchise quarterback. Kirk Cousins can't be. He's too old. They already
wait. How does age? Hold up.
Kirk Cousins is
okay. Wait a minute, Slim. When Brett Favre went to New Orleans and took them to the Super Bowl, he was their franchise quarterback, no matter how old he was.
Oh, you talking about with the Vikings?
Yes.
You mean the NFC Championship?
With the Vikings.
Yeah, with the Vikings.
With the Vikings. He was the franchise quarterback.
How old was he when he went there?
Might have been 86. I don't know. But however old he had completed a career in Green Bay and then went to the Vikings.
Wasn't even here. Here's the thing about this though. Kirk Cousins, he didn't even get his bags off the plane before they drafted Michael Penix. And
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
To be the franchise quarterback.
Winston, what you trying to say, Winston?
They told him. And we keep disregarding off the blank what he said. Off the blank said when they told them. What we keep disregarding what off the blank said. Off the blank said he said out of his mouth. When we got Kirk Cousins, he asked, "What is our game plan for after Kirk Cousins?" So what does that mean? Kirk Cousins is only going to be here for a short period of time.
So that does well, his time here does not designate whether he's a franchise quarterback or not.
He was never a franchise quarterback for the
No, he was leading your team.
Yeah, he was the starter.
As the quarterback. If he leads your team, hold on. If he leads your team as the quarterback, he is the franchise quarterback for as long as he's doing that job.
May I read the definition of a franchise quarterback?
Okay. Now whose definition is it?
Well, this just came up when I Googled it.
But there should be someone who said it.
This is what it says on Google, and it's debatable, of course. It says a franchise quarterback refers to a quarterback in American football who is considered so skilled and valuable that a team can build their entire franchise around them, meaning they are the cornerstone of the team and are expected to consistently lead them to success over a long period of time.
Thank you.
So with that being said,
John. See, and the reason why, okay, let's parse that. A long period of time is what? What do y'all say in a long period of time?
I say
5 years.
I say 2 contracts. At least 2 contracts is a long period of time.
Okay, now that title says 2 contracts.
Your contract. If that team renew your contract, you are a franchise quarterback because that means they are building around you. But
no, wait a minute. Why would you need to build around a Super Bowl team?
Never building around Kirk Cousins.
Wait a minute. Let's go back. Let's go. Well, wait a minute. If Kirk, okay. If Michael Penix was not supposed to start for how many years? How many years was it? 2 years?
1 to 2.
Okay, 2 years. Now, when you go and acquire talent such as wide receivers, okay, you already had a good running back core here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What did your head coach say was the difference between us and a playoff team? The quarterback. Okay. Now, you had, and the scenario that the Falcons had was that Kirk Cousins was going to be here starting for at least 2 years. Okay. Now, if you had gone to the Super Bowl with the talent acquisition that you had made this year as well as next year, you still would not say that Kirk Cousins was your franchise quarterback if he had led you to the Super Bowl?
No, because the likelihood of you going back to the Super Bowl is darn near slim to none. So you're still going to have to move on from him.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Because you hadn't been to the Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins.
That's what I was saying too. Somebody got a lot of static.
Yeah, I'm hearing some static.
John, to answer your question, when he was originally brought here, that I assumed that was the thought process was he was going to be our franchise quarterback until we got a new one. But what people fail to realize is Michael Penix failed to the Falcons last, so they went on ahead and pulled the trigger. But they were initially always going to get a quarterback. And to whoever said earlier that he was brought here because they knew they were going to get Penix or whatever. Matter of fact, I'll take that back because I don't remember what was said. I don't want to put words in nobody's mouth. But yeah, so I think that was the initial thought process. But then they got a quarterback, so he was only going to be here for 3 years, which is a bridge, and then Michael Penix was going to start. Well, 2 years, and then they were going to release him in his third year because third year is only worth 10, and then we were going to roll with Michael Penix.
And see, it's the same thing.
But
see, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Kurt Warner going out there to Arizona and going to a Super Bowl. Was Kurt Warner a franchise quarterback?
I think
in Arizona.
I think he was more so of a bridge, John.
But they ended up in the Super Bowl.
But that doesn't matter though, John. He was a bridge from their old shitty quarterback to their new, hot quarterback or whatever.
So wait a minute. Okay. That being said,
within the 2 years they will actively be seeking another quarterback to replace him. He even agreed to that. They told him. They didn't hide nothing from him.
No, wait a minute. Slim, that doesn't have that. See, this is where we get in, and see now this is where we're going to differ about this franchise quarterback designation. Because the thing is that the person that is the face of the franchise, and when the Vikings went to the Super Bowl, with Brett Favre as their starting quarterback, he was the franchise quarterback. He led that team to the Super Bowl the same way that Kurt Warner did with Arizona. Okay, now they might have been. Oh, okay, hold on. See, the thing is, just like you said just a second ago, Slim, but I think you were talking about something else. You don't know when you're gonna get to the Super Bowl or not, and your desire, your mission is to get to the Super Bowl and win it with whoever is at the helm at quarterback. Okay, so just like Nick Foles up there in Philadelphia, Nick Foles was the backup. Guess what? That man became the franchise quarterback because he gave them their first Super Bowl that they had ever won. So see that's what I'm saying. What these definitions of the franchise quarterback,
John,
of the franchise quarterback, and the importance of such is John.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if I could consider Nick Foles a franchise quarterback because the very next year he went to the bench.
Right. That they made the decision. They made the decision to put him on the bench, and they tried tried to start him back as starting quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Cause see, wait a minute. Didn't they have a decision to make because he was up for a raise, right? And they let him go that year.
But John, this is why your argument don't fly, because they always, when they got Penix, they was always calling Penix the future. They never once said Kirk Cousins
the future, and that's I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that because anybody that's sitting on the bench that you drafted, they definitely are the future.
Okay,
Matter of fact,
they're talking about long term. They're not just talking. They're not just talking because you're getting literal.
Would you consider Marcus Mariota franchise quarterback when he was in Atlanta?
Yeah. Because and the reason why, hey, I don't care nothing about y'all laughing. And y'all know that. And the reason why,
come on, brother.
Cause see, let me tell you this same article. Was talking about, they were talking about that Mariota was a doggone bridge quarterback too.
Because he was.
Okay, bridge to who?
So here's the thing: they wasn't.
Bridge to who, Slim?
To bottom out like that.
Bridge to who, Slim?
To the next quarterback they could get, because
that was Ritter. That was Ritter.
John, at the end of the day,
trying to hold on,
Slim. See, that's what I'm trying to say. See this doggone franchise quarterback conversation. Y'all don't really want to have it. Y'all don't really want to have it.
Go ahead, James.
Go ahead, James.
You taking You taking franchise quarterback to a whole nother stratosphere right now.
No,
With that
whoa,
being,
whoa, 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 whoa. I'm
with that
taking it
being
to the
said, hold on.
stratosphere that everybody has
Yes, guess what?
defined
Hold
it.
on, John. Hold on, John. At the end of the day, big dog,
Okay.
Kirk Cousins knew coming into this situation, he was a bridge quarterback. He was a bridge
No.
quarterback to Penix. Yes, he did.
When
Yes, he
no. When they
He
got him,
didn't
when they
know it
got
was going to
Kirk
be to Penix.
Cousins.
He didn't know
Hold
it was
on.
going to be
When
to
they
Penix.
got
He knew
Kirk
it was a
Cousins.
quarterback, though.
Yeah, it was. Well, I agree with Coach on that. He knew he was a bridge quarterback to a future quarterback. So, with that being said, at hand,
Everybody is. All quarterbacks are.
You're being
Aren't
literal,
they?
John. You're
I
being
have,
extremely
I have
literal.
no idea what this topic is.
No,
Aren't
John,
they?
they're not.
No, Red.
hold on.
See, I'm trying to do myth busters on this doggone franchise quarterback moniker that everybody wants to doggone place on folks.
Let me jump in. I really think I don't think if you just sign I don't think if you just sign any quarterback that automatically makes them your franchise quarterback.
No, it doesn't.
It makes them your starter.
Right, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't even think at this point you could call Michael Penix the franchise. Right, he's the perceived hopeful franchise quarterback. To me, franchise quarterback is a tag, a destination that is earned. Like the last franchise quarterback we had were number 2.
Matt Ryan.
That was a franchise quarterback. You know, I think that's earned over time. Like, okay, yeah, you're dependable, you're reliable, and we can actually build around you. Kirk Cousins, you can add pieces to that team for Cousins, but you really can't build around him in 2 years. I really think you got to be there a certain amount of time in order to really be considered a franchise quarterback for a team.
Hey, Tyler. Now,
when you get to that second contract, you'll be considered as that franchise quarterback at that point.
When was the last time we drafted a quarterback close to the draft position that we drafted Matt Ryan?
Matt Ryan was drafted, 3? So that would have been Michael Vick in 2001?
Who was drafted to be the perceived franchise quarterback.
The Falcons actually have good luck in drafting quarterbacks in the first round.
Yeah, because every other round that we got down draft. Lord,
all our first round quarterbacks we drafted in the first round turned out to be good for the Falcons.
Right. Let me ask y'all this because they telling me in the comments to get out the franchise quarterback topic. So let me ask y'all this.
Tell them folks.
Michael Vick and Matt Ryan.
Let me ask y'all this real quick. Quick question. If you're off the blank right now and Raheem Morris came to you and he told you, okay, this is what we decided to do. Before you see Michael Penix play, if you're off the blank, do you feel more confident with Raheem and Terry now, or do you feel less confident in Raheem and Terry now? If you off the blank.
Who you starting with?
Go ahead, Coach. Since you spoke, you're at the top. Go ahead, Coach.
Absolutely less. Absolutely less, because my question would be not just Penix overall, just as a whole. Why aren't my rookies playing? Why? It would be, he would have to answer so many questions for me. Mainly, like, so what did I waste all this money for? You know what I'm saying? Even though, we all know that I said that they were going to draft a quarterback. I figured they were going to draft a quarterback. You have to at 8. There's no way you don't have a quarterback and you at number 8 and you don't draft one. But if I'm off the blank, he has to explain to me. And especially if we lose, now it's going to be, okay, we don't make the playoffs. Like I said last week, why is my future franchise quarterback in the game if we still have a potential to make the playoffs? Why is, what did you do to get Kirk Cousins, what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence back. What did you do to get him out of his head? It would be so many questions, but mainly why is my rookie really, it would be why is my rookie in here? Period. To be real with you, my future franchise quarterback. Why is he starting now? That would be my question to him. I think it puts a bad light on them because you wait until week 16 to do really what was it, week 12 after the bye to start doing all these changes that you should have done in like week 6. So yeah, for me, it definitely shows a lack of being able to coach.
All right, so you say less confident. John, you off the blank. How you feeling after that 2-hour meeting with Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot? You less confident or more confident in your guys?
I just got excited hearing that, man.
It any move that you make as far as personnel in the National Football League is a roll of the dice. It's a dice roll. Just like Coach said, you don't know what this man is going to do. Okay, you don't have any idea what this man is going to do. You didn't have no idea what Kirk Cousins was going to bring to the franchise. So I'm going to say, 2-hour meeting, and the meeting would be, all right, are we sure we're going in the direction that we need to go? What's wrong with Kirk? Okay, are we sure we're going in the direction we need to go in? What's wrong with Kirk? Can we fix him? Whatever. Okay, now if they make the decision, and from what I've heard, everything has been thrown into Greg Beadle's, Terry Fontenot's, and Raheem Morris's hands. Okay, you guys are in charge. I'm going to rely upon you guys to do what's best for the franchise. All right, and then I'm out of it. I'm holding you accountable. He's going to get another year here, so he's got a year to make whatever decisions that he makes work. So my confidence doesn't waver. I said, look, I'm turning it over to you because it ain't nothing but a tax write-off for me.
Okay, so you neutral, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm neutral.
Okay, I definitely dig that. Winston, you off the blank. You sit in that multi-million-dollar mansion. You just had that 2-hour meeting. How you feeling about your GM and your head coach? Are you more confident or are you less confident?
Oh man, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky with you. Terry Fontenot is out the door. As soon as the season over, within the first 3 days, he's fired. You know why? Because out of everything that we had to have fixed to have this team humming as the way it should, you took and invested $180 million on a quarterback that was coming off an Achilles injury. It was already non-mobile in the first place, and that he's Achilles injury usually take about 18 months to actually heal. And you took and invested 180, and 100 of it of my money. You said and gave it guaranteed. So that's sitting in escrow out the gate. And then you turn around and knowing that we need a pass rusher, seeing that we haven't had a double-digit pass rusher since what, 2016? You double down and go get another quarterback. And then you get all these defensive linemen in the draft and you barely see the field. Yeah, okay. Thank you for your service. We done had a good time. We done had a good time, but it's time for us to part ways, bro. You can go on back to New Orleans.
So it sounds like you less confident.
Oh, completely less confident. Like, you made me spend all this money for what? What did I get out of it? You got us as the laughing stock of the league. You personally did it.
All right.
When I wanted to go get Bill Belichick, you and McKay took and overrode me and said that we need to go get somebody else.
Hold on, you can't blame that on nobody else if you the shot caller now. You got to accept that, Mr. Blank.
No.
If he said they ruled by committee.
Oh, wait, hold on. You think if I own a multi-billion-dollar company, somebody
True. But you You listen to your consigliaries that know football more than you do. You know what
But
I'm saying? Just like you listen to your CPAs who know more about money than you do. You know what I'm saying?
okay, we'll do this sidebar conversation when everybody go. We're gonna come right
Come
back.
let Winston talk, man. Hey, you already had your chance.
All right, so Archangel, you just had your meeting with your general manager and your head coach. You more confident? You less confident?
As much as I want to disagree with Coach and Winston, I gotta agree with him. Taking the fan cap off, I gotta agree with him because I mean you got to think about it. Like they say, you spent all that money on Kirk Cousins and just switching at the last minute in Penix. I mean you gotta think of it in a business mindset. So I kind of agree with Coach and believe it or not, Coach and Winston on what they saying.
All right, so you less confident.
Yeah,
Slam.
I would be. Yeah, as the CEO, yeah, I would be less confident.
So I would be more confident, and here's why. One, let's break down the salary cap. A lot of people think Arthur Blank is paying the salary cap. No, the salary cap doesn't come from Arthur Blank. It comes from the collective bargain agreement. So that is a collective of the whole NFL. That's where the players get paid from. So Arthur Blank is not pulling out his wallet paying these folks. Look up where the players get their money from. Look up where do the players get their money from? It comes from the collective bargaining agreement and the Players Association.
Okay. You answer your question, but
Google. But wait, let me get back to
yeah. Answer your question, but
if I was off the blank, I'm thinking of it from not only a fan's perspective, but from a business perspective. And Kirk Cousins is the quarterback is the most important position on the team. So if he's struggling and that's making my business look bad, yes, we need to go ahead and make a move. This is nowadays, teams are not holding on to players like that. It doesn't matter how much money they're making, they're not forcing themselves to be stuck to a player and allow them to bring the look of their team down. So people are moving off a player. This is not 1882 anymore, where it's we got him in this contract, we stuck with him. No, they're gonna move on now. So if I was off the blank and you came to me and you said, listen, Kirk Cousins is just not doing it, and we feel like this is the move that's going to make. If you make a valid argument, I'm going to say okay, but more than likely, off the blank, he's going to support the decision that the coach and the general manager is making. So that's how I would look at it. I would be more excited because now we get to see what you claim the future is, and that's Michael Penix. And if he do good, now we thinking a 10-year long term here. We thinking 10 years now, and we don't have to worry about the quarterback position because that's the position that sells the most, your quarterback position. So now we locked in for 10 years.
All right. So Slim is obviously more confident.
Hey, Tidy, before you leave Slim, go to this site called SPOTRAC and look up the NFL. They will tell you what each franchise pays in salaries to their players and what their individual salary cap number is.
They don't directly pay the player. That money goes.
Yes, they do. Those teams directly pay those players.
You look up, how do players make their money? I mean, how do
each team pays their own players. Slim. I tell you what, wait. I bet you.
We'll come back to it, y'all. We'll come back to it.
Yeah. Right. Good grief.
King Richard, you still there?
Yeah.
All right. So you more confident or you less confident after you just talked to your head coach and your general manager?
I'm more confident, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because we already know and see what we got in Kirk. If we have a chance to save our season, one thing Arthur Blank thinking about too, as Toddy says 1,000 times, he got more time behind him than he do in front of him. So if some you got look at the quarterback carousel we've been on. We've been sticking with quarterbacks and sticking with quarterbacks and sticking with coaches and sticking with coaches. I actually be a little bit more happier to see that I don't have a coach and a GM that's just gonna stick with a player just because we spent money. Because to some people, winning is people who got money, they care about the money, but the winning mean more. So in my mind, to Arthur Blank, the winning mean more than the money. We sat Matt, everybody in here complaining, and you know the only reason it irritates my last nerve. We sat Matt Ryan down, and he was making more money than Kirk Cousins, and we sat him down when he was messing up. But now that Kirk Cousins messing up, oh, it's a problem to everybody. So I would actually feel more happy about the decision to move forward with the rookie, because we might well see what he got. This is the best game to see what he got, because we're going against another 2-12 team. If it don't work out after this game, you can put Kirk Cousins back in there for the last couple games and call it a season. But
I got a quick question. When did we sit Matt Ryan down? I don't remember that.
We sat.
Hold on, y'all folks, because we're gonna get off track. Let the other two people go, then we'll have our side.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so King Richard said he feels more confident. All right, Red Dog on the page. You just talked to your general manager. You just talked to your head coach. Are you more confident with the decision that was made tonight, or are you less confident leaving that meeting?
I'm more confident. I'm ready for Penix to start. I've been ready. Arthur Blank, if he thinking like me, he should have been ready. Looking at the crap he don't have to endure the last month and a half almost. You should have been ready, Mr. Blank. So you should be more confident in your quarterback. You should be even keeled on your head coach. And you should, like my man Winston said about your GM, man, as soon as this season over, you know, hey, y'all remember Fresh Prince, how Jazz used to get left the house on Fresh Prince? That's exactly what I'm doing to Terry. As soon as the season over with, you're gonna see Terry flying out the door. I'm picking him up and I'm gonna take his head and just ram it through the door. Get out of here. Take your bags out, dude. You ain't running another draft. It's a spot we can find for you in the organization to save you on your country. Nah, your contract is up, sucker. I ain't renewing nothing. Get your and get up out of here. You ain't running another draft. You ain't making another decision. Nothing. I keep a coach Raheem because he's tied to Penix. Other than that, I am finding me another decision maker, and I'm finding me another team builder. I am done with Terry Fontenot. So I am less confident, about as least confident as you can be in an individual. Man, I am so less confident, man. He don't even show up on my radar. That's how much confidence I got in Terry Fontenot.
So you more or less, you said two different things.
Another year.
You said more, and then
you said less. So you more confident or you less confident?
No, I said
sound like he done split them up
in a decision to start. Yeah,
okay, so you more confident.
Together. Terry ass got to get up out of here. Raheem, you can stay for another year, and I'm confident in my quarterback Penix.
All right, so your answer,
but
you
Terry,
more or less. You more or less.
It's about the coaches, Red, not about the quarterback. Are you more confident in the coach or less confident in the coach?
No, it's
the coach and general manager.
It's about the direction.
Right, the direction.
I'm even
right.
On Raheem.
That's what I said.
I'm even on Raheem because
okay, Red. More or less.
Decision.
We need one answer at this time, sir. More or less.
More, because you got the right guy in there now.
There we go. All right, so we done got to you, James. You done had your meeting with your general manager and your head coach. Are you more or less confident in the decision that was made tonight?
I might have to lean towards more because I'm sitting in the team meeting. I'm looking at the analytics of my quarterback and seeing 1 touchdown, 9 interceptions. and I'm seeing the play of the game because, as you know, I'm the owner. I take my happy ass down there on the sideline every game, so I get to see front hand what's going on. So I feel more confident in the decision because, for the simple fact it is, even though we putting a rookie in at hand, we trying to save this season at the same time. And we gave, I feel like as an owner, we gave Kurt enough chances at this point to try to get himself out this slump. Because the coaches may have try to do things to get him out this slump. You know, even the players may end up talking to Kurt to try to get him out of this slump. So with that being said, I feel more confident because I know now that my offense coordinator can open up a playbook a bit more.
All right. So James said he's more confident. So it sounds like we were pretty split on that. All right. So y'all, we go to our sidebar conversation we had before we got out of here. Who pays the player salary was brought up. And also Winston said that he would blame the general manager and the head coach for passing on Belichick. However y'all want to slice and dice it up. Let's get it.
Okay.
Okay, now let's get this straight about who pays the players. Okay. I'm confused as to why this is even a subject. Because
just Google in the NFL, does the owner directly pay the players?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
The players get paid from the collective bargaining agreement.
No, the collective bargaining sets all the collective bargaining does is set the salary cap.
No.
Tidy, just Google it, Tidy.
No, I got it right here. I got it right here in Spotrac because each individual team has a salary cap number that they can't go over, $255 million. San Francisco.
That's not coming out of the owner's pocket. No,
yes, it is.
The salary cap is a whole collective of the NFL. All that money, then the commissioner divides it based on how much revenue the NFL is making. Then it divides it based on the team. That's where your salary cap number comes from. And then the two main components of it is the collective bargaining agreement and the Players Association.
No,
Slam. Let me read this right quick. So I did a Google. It says, yes, the NFL owners pay their players, but the split of revenue between two parties have shifted in recent years. The NFL owners receive 52 to 53% of the league's revenue, while the players receive 48 to 48%. The split includes revenue from TV deals, ticket sales, merchandise, and licensing. However, it doesn't include revenue from premium seating, stadium naming rights, most gambling revenues, or real estate appreciation. The salary cap. The NFL salary cap is divided equally among the league's 32 teams, and each team must stay under its cap. The payment method. Teams can pay players in full at once or spread out of payments over the course of their contract. This is a non-prorated bonus and can be spread out over a maximum of 5 years. So with that being said, Slim, I agree with you saying that still with the collective bargaining agreement, but overall, the NFL owner still pays their players.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they don't walk and say, hey, here's the Arthur Blanket's name is not on the player's check. It's coming from the NFL. They putting money into the revenue.
That's coming from the Atlanta Falcons. That's coming from the Atlanta Falcons.
If you Google,
those game checks are coming from the individual team.
It says no, the owner does not directly pay the players in the NFL.
Now it depends on if you trust Google. I Googled it. Google does say no, the owners don't directly pay them. If you trust Google.
But it's coming from the team.
Well, wait a minute. Where does Google say?
Who owns the team of the Atlanta Falcons?
Where did you find that at, Tidy? I want to see that.
Hold on. I'm going to screen share it for you.
I got it from Google myself. It's
That's like saying you work for Sam's Club, but Sam Wall don't pay you. Yeah, he don't pay you directly out his pocket. The business pays you. The Atlanta Falcons pay you, and who is the CEO or COO or whatever the hell his title is of the Atlanta Falcons? So yes,
And that
it indirectly
CEO
comes out of every owner's pocket.
That person who owns the Walton family don't know everybody who works for Walmart, and the boss at Walmart don't sign your check. He don't sign your check.
They don't know everybody. Don't mean they don't sign
It says it right there. Like y'all keep when people act like this salary cap, they're acting as if the players.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, puts money into the NFL. He puts money into the NFL. It's collective. It's going into a pot, and that pot is divided.
Did Sam say the collective bargaining agreement divvies the salaries, y'all? I don't know how true it is.
No. When a player signs a guarantee a contract, the guaranteed money, who pays the guaranteed money?
If that was the case, what if y'all think the players?
Who pays guaranteed money, Slim?
Who pays the guaranteed money?
The owner is not directly paying them.
That's not what I said. Answer the question. It's a straight line question. Stop deviating off course. Because you already know the answer to it.
No, I know you're trying to lead into a question.
Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. The owner pays the guaranteed money. As soon as you sign that contract, the owner put the guaranteed money into a goddamn escrow account. Every contract, the guaranteed money goes into an escrow account straight from the owner. Stop it.
Do y'all know why the NFL don't allow the owners to completely? Again, it will be an unfair. It will be an unfair advantage to the teams who owners make the most money. Do you know what owner makes the most money? Do you know what owner makes the most money in the NFL? The Denver Broncos owners, they make the most money. So the reality is, if they really wanted to sign every player and give them all guaranteed contracts, they could do it if the way y'all are talking. But the NFL,
they can't. No, they can't.
They do not make the most money. The owner that makes the most money is Jerry Jones. He makes the most money. And the NFL owner,
the most revenue. His team is the most profitable in the world.
It's value. It's value as being the most.
Look at the Broncos have the most money, but they had that money before they got into the NFL. The owner that actually makes the most money year in, year out is Jerry Jones. And he's been doing it for years.
You're talking about the team. They revenue makes the most money out of every team in the world.
Hold on. That's who pays the players. The team pays the players. Okay. Each individual team negotiates a contract with the players that they want. Okay. Hold on.
NFL owner and
That's why the salary cap exists, to make it a level playing field for all 32 owners. Okay.
You're right. So now that means they're getting paid from a collective bargaining.
No, it does not. It does not. Because if you look at Spotrac, you will see how much each team individually spent on their team per year with those contracts that they signed with the player.
See what you're not getting.
And
when
each team
you're talking about that's going to renovations, that goes to
The salary cap is the salary cap. Those renovations and all that other stuff, now I don't know how they handle that, but the salary cap is the salary cap. The salary cap is the salary cap is the salary cap. This is how much this ceiling of $255 million per team is the most that you can spend on your team per year. If you violate that, you lose draft picks and other sanctions that they level upon you. And those players are those players are being paid by their own team, because a few years back, and everybody remembers this, Marvin Lewis stayed with the Cincinnati Bengals for how many years was it? Many years, because the ownership in Cincinnati did not want to pay a coach. They didn't want to pay those players. So they came up with a rule that each team had to spend a certain percentage of their salary cap every year. So the thing is, you can't lowball it. So if the NFL says, hold on. If the NFL says that each team must spend this amount of money per year per team, who do you think is paying it? The teams are not sharing each other's revenue. They're not sharing the amount of money that they're paying for those players. No,
that's not how it works, John.
Yes, it is.
The salary cap is from the collective bargaining agreement. So yes,
no, it's not.
If you talk about,
it's not.
No, it's not. To put money into the collective.
No, it's not.
He has to put money in there. It's
not.
This is like
the salary cap.
His job is
salary cap.
The revenue.
Hold on. It does not come from the collective bargaining agreement. The salary cap governs the owners, not the players.
Where did it say the salary cap comes from?
It comes from the TV deals, endorsement deals from
No, not the actual sources, Winston. But why did what I think was Slim asking, and what we do need to clear up, what was the origin of the salary cap? Who rules it? And what are the rules as far as the salary cap? Because see, the thing is, the collective bargaining. Hold on, Slim. The collective bargaining agreement. The players and the owners did not get together and say we're going to have a salary cap. That is a collective bargaining agreement between the players and the owners.
Agreement became stuck because there are owners that have more money than others. Even the playing field, they said we're going to divvy up this money. We'll put all the money that the NFL as a whole makes into one pot. 51% goes to the owner. Y'all split that 32 ways. The other 49% goes to the players. They split it 32 ways. That's your salary cap. That's where the salary cap come from. Now, what hold on. What your teammate licensing deals for your stadium, parking lot, concession, merchandise, all that stuff, that goes directly to the owner. That goes straight to the owner. That doesn't go to the salary cap. That doesn't go to the salary cap to the owner. What the salary cap consists of is NFL deals, licensing deal, endorsement deal for the NFL brand. The brand as a whole. That gets split up. 51% goes to the owners, they split it 32. The other 49 goes to the players, they split it 32. You have to spend, I want to say it's like 68% of your salary cap on your team per year. You have to spend it. There's no if and buts about it. You can't get around it. You have to spend it. If not, you will get fined. And all players that was on the roster in those years that did not spend X amount of dollars, they get a stipend. They get a paid percentage until you make it whole to equal up to whatever you were supposed to have spent those years. They get paid. If I'm on that roster for 4 years and you spent under the salary cap alignment for their team for all 4 of those years, I get a check. And all other players that's on that team will get a check until it equals up to the amount of money to make it 60 whatever percentage it is whole in that 4-year span. You have to spend it. That because the players, they bargained for it, they fought for it, they deserve it. That's the whole thing. That's why NIL deals are going on in college football now, because you're making money off of other people's back. They should get paid for it. That's the exact reason why NIL deals is in college football now.
All right, somebody in the comments says, looks like they signed with Slam. This is strapped up 24. He says, in short, while the league generates and distributes much of the revenue through revenue sharing, it's the team owners and their organizations who directly pay the players. Per Google, Slim is right.
So how did he say one thing and then take it back?
Exactly.
He said it's the team owners and the organizations who directly pay the
players. I just said it.
Y'all got to understand the NFL is a
Oh
business.
my God.
So once again, everything you make in that business goes to, I'm gonna use the middle. It goes to the middle. The job of the commissioner is to, and there's another team involved. They divide it up equally to split it out. The way y'all are talking, if you're thinking from a financial standpoint, I have a business degree. If you think it from a financial standpoint, some teams will bottom out the way y'all are talking because that is not how you run a business. The way y'all are talking doesn't work. You will bankrupt certain teams who can't
my God, bro. Hey,
it
Tyler,
works
man, move
like
on
that
from
in
this.
Major
This
League
is
Baseball.
It works like that in every sport, John. And the NBA is the exact same way.
Just showed
Exactly
Yeah,
the
I
same.
mean,
And the NFL is exactly the same.
And
This
the
is
reason why I'm saying
retarded.
that, and the reason why I'm saying that is that Major League Baseball doesn't have a doggone salary cap.
That doesn't go to the salary cap. What you make in your stadium, the owner keeps. That goes straight to him.
Percentage of all revenue, a certain percentage is called revenue sharing.
No, that does not go. That does not
Everything
go
you
to
make in
the.
your stadium
That does not go
goes
to
to
the
the
salary cap
NFL.
or to the rest of the NFL. That does not. What happens at that stadium? At that stadium,
100% of everything that comes in there.
endorsement deals, the NFL licensure. When you sit there, like when you watch football on NBC, and it pops up a commercial that says licensed by the NFL, that for them paying for that spot, that goes to the NFL. That gets split between the owners and the players. What the owners make from their own arena, they keep. They keep that. That does not go to the store, the salary cap. No other owner touch that. No other
There's
owners touch it. That's why they
percentage.
spend so much money on stadiums, because they're trying to line their pockets a different way. That's
A
why they
certain
spend so much.
So let me ask you this, Slim. So who do you think pays for the stadium? I'm just curious. Who like when there's a
There's
stadium
a
is being
few
built?
avenues that pays
Who
for the stadium. The
who
city
pays
pays
for
for
the
the
stadium?
stadium. The owner puts up a certain amount of money for the stadium. The city and the taxpayer. So there's a lot of avenues of who's going to pay for
That's
the
not
stadium.
necessary. That's not necessary. That's what happened majority of the time, but that is not
That's
necessary.
how it
If
is
you have
in
enough money,
every
you
stadium.
just go and pick it all your own.
Don't no owner just put the foot the 100% of building a stadium. No, the city has to get involved with it as well, and the city
The
will put
city
up some
pays.
money,
The city is the one who pays for it. The
and the
city
owner
pays
has to
for
put
it
up money.
and
So what are you talking
puts
about?
a contract in for a certain amount of years.
And the taxpayer pays it.
In
The
some
taxpayers pay the city,
cases.
dummy. What the hell are you talking about? The city gets the money from the taxpayers. Of course, the taxpayers pay for it.
Okay, y'all. Okay, y'all. They tell him in the chat they're ready for us to move on. Let's go to our
Yeah,
last
for
topic.
real. This is crazy.
Well, see, the thing is, the chat. See, these folk in the chat, they've never been to court before and had exhaustive evidence and debate go on.
But that's the jury, John. We gotta listen to the jury. That's the jury.
Oh, that man, no, the jury ain't supposed to speak until a verdict is rendered. Y'all shoot.
All right, so y'all let's jump to the last topic, and this is gonna this is gonna be something that Winston brought up. He said he would place and correct me if I'm misquoting you, but he said he would place a lot or most of all the blame on Terry, and I think he said Terry. Well, we'll just say Terry for having him hire Raheem over Bill Belichick. So let's touch on that before we get out of here. And this was in response to how would you feel? Are you more confident or less confident with Penix being named the starter? And I did disagree with him on that. I said that Blank should be the person to hold the responsibility of that, because at the end of the day, he is the ultimate shot caller. So Winston, I'll give you a chance to respond, and then we'll all jump in on it.
All right. So
Hold on, Winston, real quick before you start cooking. Real quick before you start cooking. It is now 12 o'clock on the East Coast. Your boy just hit 42. I just wanted to say that.
Happy birthday to you, bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. All right, bro. Go ahead, cook.
Hold on, before you go, Winston. We're gonna all wish Coach happy birthday, Coach. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Old man.
Yeah, old man now,
Old
bro.
man.
Old
Everybody
man.
in the chat, make sure to wish Coach a happy birthday, man. That's a blessing anytime you see another calendar on the year, bro.
Yeah, Coach.
For sure.
You went around the sun 42 times.
Yes, sir. 42.
Let's just keep running.
I'm trying to go around at 975 like you though.
You can forget it.
Man, they should have made Penix the starter today then, man, so that he would have got made the starter on your birthday, and you was hating that too.
All right, my stomach already upset.
I really don't care about that.
my stomach already upset.
Get the cooking, Winston.
All right. Now, when the whole Belichick on the yacht situation happened, a couple of weeks after that, after we hired Raheem, came out that blame was overruled by McKay and Fondo. All right, that's cool. Y'all know more about football than I do. All right, I'm gonna take y'all word for it. Now, when it goes to that point, when I'm giving you that leeway and I'm giving you that freedom, now this shit stands on your head. So, all right, what you do? The first move you made was go spend $180 million on an aging quarterback that's coming off an Achilles injury. Now, let me ask y'all this. What happened with the Jets? Because I'm pretty sure they did the exact same thing. Who's still in that front office?
All of them.
Yeah, they let go everybody.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. I want to make sure because I'm pretty sure yesterday Thomas Dimitrov got interviewed for the Jets GM job.
Correct.
Oh yeah, he did.
In the middle of the season. You see what I'm saying?
That's for next season.
Yeah, he can't. He won't be able to start this year. He won't start till next year. Or to the end of the season.
Understandable. But look at the Jets franchise. Like, that's a historical franchise. Not a winning franchise, but a historical franchise. And they do have a Super Bowl. See what I'm saying? They made a move. Why? Because their GM and their head coach was on bullshit. They cleared the house. Now, you went spent all this money on the aging quarterback coming off of Achilles injury, who got paid more than Aaron Rodgers, who had more accolades in his career than Kirk Cousins will ever touch. 4-time MVP, Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP. Led the league in passing and touchdowns. How many years? Countless. And you spent all this money on a A- ranked quarterback. To be honest, for most of his career, a B+ quarterback, and he didn't even make it through his first year. He made it 14 games into the season. And you benched him. Now, I say hypothetically, like Red said, we went got Russell, we got Flacco, we even got Jameis Winston just to bridge for a couple of games that Penix was ready. Imagine what we would have been able to do with all that money to fill in the holes on this defense and on the other parts of this team that need to be corrected. They could have been and should have been corrected this year. That's why I said as soon as we drafted Penix, we went about this wrong. Look at Jared Verse, who was right there for the taking. Look what he's doing for the Rams now. Verse got like what, 7 sacks? He got 7, 8. See, he's somewhere in the neighborhood. He's almost on double digits. In the
Yeah, but that don't guarantee you was gonna have those hits.
All right. So let me jump in. Are you done? Are you done?
Hold on. could have
So
drafted
what
Penix
I
and still got burnt.
say all that to say this: when Blank turned it over to Fondo and said, "All right, I'm trusting you. Go ahead and cook," and this is the result of me allowing you to cook on your own. Yeah, buddy, like you got to go because none of your drafts have hit. None of your drafts have hit. You've hit none. Cap is not being utilized, right?
Jeffrey Gilbert
Money,
said something that he hit on something like that.
Money has potential to be exceptional. Bijan has potential to be exceptional. Okay, I give you that. I give you that. But what have you done beyond the first?
Can't even give him credit for that. That's
what have you done beyond the first round?
Anybody.
What have you done beyond the first?
Anybody would have took London.
Abichetti, D'Angelo Malone. He's just starting to come on because he's finally getting on the field. Like, what have you done beyond the first round? Exactly. And now we're going into a situation where we only got 4 draft picks. We only got 4 draft picks right now. And I'm sitting there trusting you to sit there and utilize and make the most of it? No, sir. You got to go to
Y'all
bed.
have unrealistic
Hell no.
expectations.
So to start from your first point, like I said to Tidy, Arthur Blank may be the captain, the El Chapo, the HNIC, but he leans on other people who are more knowledgeable than him, like he would a CPA. Like if you don't know money that well, shit, I'm gonna listen to my CPA who tell me, not to spend this money, put money here to do that. I'm gonna listen to my crew, the people I put in place to lead, to put me in the best position possible. So I understand why he listened to the quote unquote crew when it was to hire Raheem and not Bill. So I get that. Now moving on to the draft, Winston, me and you went back and forth with this even way before the draft. When y'all damn near just cussed me out, like everybody was just cussing me out. You absolutely had to get a quarterback this year. Hindsight is 2020. Had we known Kirk was going to fall off the cliff, that makes it even better to get a quarterback when we got him. But if it was supposed to, hold on. I understand. I understand. But at the time, who else was clamoring to come here other than Kirk Cousins? Clearly, they talked to other quarterbacks and they wasn't willing to come here, or they wanted too much for them. So we got Kirk. And you had to pay Kirk. At the time, what you paid him was the exact same contract that Carr got. I understand Carr didn't come off an injury and Kirk Cousins did, but that's the market. The market is the market. You can't buy an apple for 25 cents if apples are $1. You got to pay what they worth.
My God.
So
man, don't stop with these crazy ass analogies, man.
So I mean, it is what it is. You pay what it's worth. So you had to get a quarterback. You got your quarterback. Had Kirk done what he was supposed to do, and the team did what they're supposed to do, you wasn't going to be anywhere near the front of the draft the next 2 years to even get a quarterback. So you had to get one. That's that. Now, as far as the rest of it, I agree somewhat. That Terry Fontenot has missed. I would say the only good thing that he's really done is he brought Jesse Bates here. He brought Mooney here. Both of those are pieces that hopefully stay in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we don't let neither one of them go. But yeah. I'm saying, regardless of how many years they got, barring they fall off a cliff, if they continue to play like they play, I would like them to be Falcons until they don't play like they play. Like, I hope they, do whatever to keep them. But outside of that, yeah, I'm with you. Terry Fontenot hasn't really had that big of big of a splash,
So
So I mean, yeah, but all the rest of it though everything else had to happen. But as far as like drafted, yeah, he's been a little lackluster on the draft portal portion. But at the same time, it's on Raheem. Terry Fontenot put the players on the team. We ain't been playing, and we ain't really played Root. We ain't played none of our rookies really. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand he was hurt, but he wasn't hurt at the beginning of the year
he
when we
played
didn't play.
yesterday.
I know that. What I'm saying is he wasn't playing at the beginning of the year. The first 4 or 5 games, no rookie touched the field. That's a problem. Terry put the people on the team. It's up to the coach to actually play them as well.
So let me say this. Here's the thing about people talking about, because what people like to do is they are making their opinions based on a hindsight trajectory.
Yeah,
So
don't
it's
tell
like,
those people
well, I
like
see. I ain't talking about you. I ain't talking about. I'm not even talking about you. So what I'm saying is, when the Falcons got Kirk Cousins at the time they got Kirk Cousins, it made a lot of sense. And also, when they did get Kirk Cousins, here's what it does that a lot of people don't think of. It also helps Terry Fontenot when it comes to negotiating with other players to come to the team, because one of the main things these players consider when going to a new team is who is your quarterback. We had one player openly say, "Oh, I'm not going to the Falcons because they don't have a quarterback." So it's a lot that goes into these contracts that a lot of folks, especially fans who look at it from the outside, don't take into consideration. And the Falcons already said when they got Kirk Cousins, he was only going to be here for a short period of time. And we acting like they just sprung this on off the blank, when off the blank said he was very much so involved with it and he supported their decision. And he also made the statement, okay, who is going to be after Kirk Cousins? So when the Falcons, everything the Falcons do might not go in their favor, but what Terry Fontenot did, he got a lot of good players who was considered hot targets at the time. Look at Judon. When we first got Judon, everybody was jumping off the wall. When we got Bates, everybody jumping off the wall. When we got Simmons, everybody jumping off the wall. You can't predict that they might not be successful when they come here. So, but when he got him at the time, he was considered, oh, let Terry cook. So just because some players didn't pan out doesn't mean it devalued how he went and got these players. He got a lot of good players. These players are great players. It's just that they didn't pan out here. And that goes into how you coaching, what type of scheme you're running. That's not Terry Fontenot's field. We're trying to make that Terry Fontenot's field. Just because he got the players here, we got them in the wrong system. So when it comes to the Penix thing, that was not only, he knew ahead of time, oh, this is going to shock the market. That's why they said what they said during the press conference. But people like to add their own opinions to it so they can say, well, I'm going against it, so I have to say everything in the world to go against it. He knew. They openly said what their game plan was when they got Penix. But since the fans wanted them to go get a defensive end, it's like, well, everything you say, I'm going to disregard it because I don't care about your logic of the team, and you're the general owner. Your job is not to just think about this year. Your job is to think 5 and 10 years down the line. And just like how Coach just said, a lot of the rookies, they didn't play. So that gives you a good idea. Terry Fontenot is drafting for next year. He was planning on future years. He wasn't just drafting for this year. Their goal wasn't to go to the Super Bowl. We keep trying to make Kirk Cousins supposed to be going to the Super Bowl. The Falcons' motto was outrun the South. Play good enough so that way we can go into the playoffs. It wasn't let's go to the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure they already had it in their mind. We probably won't go to the Super Bowl this year. But we keep acting like we say, Kirk Cousins had a $180 million contract. He didn't have a $180 million contract. He had a $90 million contract because they wasn't planning on keeping him for the full 4 years. The last 2 years was considered a dummy year. And what does that mean? If we didn't have a quarterback by the time we go into year 3 with you, Kirk, then we will have to be forced to stick with you. But no one could expect Kirk Cousins to decline this level or this fast. Nobody could have expected that. Now, they going off of Kirk Cousins' past performance, and he was considered MVP before he got injured. So you got multiple people in the building who's making these decisions. It's just not Terry Fontenot. So they came up with the decision, if we pay Kirk Cousins this money, Kirk Cousins wanted 2 years, $90 million from the Vikings. The Falcons said, we can give you that, but we're going to tack on 2 dummy years. That way, if we can't get a quarterback, which we will be actively seeking a quarterback in the first 2 years of you being here to replace you. So the reality is, I think we keep adding a different scenario to what really happened on the field. I mean, what's really going on.
All right, let me go in about Terry real quick. The only reason that I'm really not ready to throw Terry away is this. I listened and I paid attention to what the shot caller said. This came from Arthur Blank. This came from Rich McKay. They told us all, media, fans, players, everybody who listened, the first 3 years, Rich McKay was kind of the, hey, do this, no, don't do this. And when they had that press conference and they didn't allow McKay to come into the press conference, they effectively said, now Terry is running the show as a GM should, working in conjunction with Raheem. So it's real hard for me to point the blame solely at Terry for Kyle and Drake and everything that happened those first 3 years if ownership and the right-hand man under ownership is telling me, hey, I still had my hands in a lot of stuff, but now I'm going to step out of the way. We think Terry is experienced enough. I'm going to step out of the way, and now he's going to hold the role that the GM should hold. Now, if they never said that or they never expressed that, and Terry was doing everything those first 3 years by himself, I would be a lot more vigilant in saying, yeah, you probably got to get rid of Fontenot. But again, that's not what they sold to us, so I'm going to hold them at their words.
So real quick, just to let you know, Slim, the quickest way to get a GM up out of there is missing in the draft. So I'm not quite sure where you coming from with that. Talking about it doesn't matter. That's the quickest way to get a GM up out of an organization. It's continuously missing in the draft.
Yeah, but for you to say his draft picks was a bust, it takes a few years. And not to mention, last year was his technical. Well, he had 4 years, but once again, a lot of the players are still on the team. Like, we have a young team. We literally had to inject veterans into this team. So he wasn't, because his draft picks technically wasn't all that bad. And then last year, those draft picks we got, those was development players. A lot of those are development players. So that's for next year, not for just jumping on the field this year.
But that's the problem. You drafting a bunch of development players when you needed impact players. That's the whole issue. When you know that your team is bereft of talent and you're sitting there drafting development players that are not going to be up to their speed and the next 3 years, you need somebody to turn things around this year. That's an issue. That is a problem. That is a legitimate problem.
Yeah, no team does that. Like, do you think Philly did that? Do you think Kansas City does that? Hell no. They draft people who are ready to hit the field and produce for the team. Period. Failing in the draft is the quickest way to get a GM fired.
Wait, Kansas City moved up in the draft to get Patrick Mahomes. They jumped the Saints to get him, and they had
I'm not even just talking about Patrick Mahomes.
He's talking about that fool, not Mahomes. You know damn well what he's talking about.
Yeah, but most, if you're talking about anything from third round on back, all of those are development players. A lot of those are not starters. A lot of them are development players. Look at the percentages. Y'all have, I mean,
away.
What you talking is a Madden perspective. If I get you, you got to be a starter. Like, no, that's not how the draft works. That's the reason why you draft. This is the reason why the draft is connected to money. The money determines. This is why if you're going to get a first rounder, it has to be worth the money. So the thing is, when you're talking about draft picks, you're talking about what position is worth that kind of money.
Okay.
And most, if you're talking about third round all the way to 7, most of them are development players.
Of course.
Coaching with saying is that PC and Philly, those players that they pick up, no matter what rounds, come in and make impacts. That's what the good teams do. Like
every
and the Ravens.
Player. You see, what y'all have a Madden perspective, man. That's not reality in
5 and 6 years to make an impact.
That's why people are mad because the Falcons didn't go get a defensive end. If you look at the statistics, it just one defensive end will not change the projection of the Falcons long term.
That's all I can do, James. Just get it out.
It will still take around 3 years of development. So what are you talking about?
Okay, now whose turn is it to go? Whose turn?
It's either James or John. Y'all haven't spoken this time.
Slim turn for the past 45 minutes, John.
Oh, Slim, you had. That's right, Red. You hadn't gone, had you?
It's either James or John. That's
you go ahead, John. You go ahead, John.
Okay. All right. Now read the question again, Tidy, so I can make sure I stay on top, because you know what I'll do. I'll get off and put it in 4x4 and go in the mud.
Well, it seems like what we've been talking about right now.
All night.
Red. It seems like what we're talking about right now is what kind of blame do you put on Terry Fontenot for his 4-year tenure? Is he at the point now where we should be walking him out the door? Or is he at the point where he should be retained?
Oh, okay. Well, this question has been asked before. And because everybody knows where I'm getting ready to go with this. Because the first 3 years, you had the head coach and the general manager having the same type of say. Instead of the general manager dictating to the coach which way this was going to go. So those first 3 years, I have to just move them to the side because of Rich McKay's involvement, as well as that particular type of hierarchy. Okay. Because just like I said, if we look at the aggregate total of all of the people that, that Slim is talking about, that the coach is talking about, that Winston's talking about, that Red's talking about, and that James is thinking about but hadn't said it yet, but I know he's going to say it. When you think of all of those people, it's just like my analogy that I always say about farting in the elevator. Okay? Everybody got some stink on them just because they were in the elevator. And when you open the door and you want to blame somebody, and you blame all of them because you don't know who did. Okay? Because, see, we've been trying to figure out for the past few months who did what under the Arthur Smith tenure. Okay? Tidy, when you had Wolverton on, Wolverton was talking about, that very first draft that Arthur Smith had when he had the number 4 pick and should have gotten a quarterback. You remember what Wolverton was saying about one quarterback in particular that should have been picked or you would think would be picked that's supposed to have been developed. Okay. So because of that, this in my mind, this is Terry Fontenot's first year, because just like you all have said, and just like, I've been remunerating and saying, when the second press conference, absent Rich McKay, absent Arthur Blank, it was basically to me saying that, okay, we turning this over to y'all for real. Now, Terry Fontenot had the title, but wasn't able to do his job. Okay, because Rich McKay was always in the background, pulling strings, doing this, doing that. We still don't know whether that's true or not. But they are trying to intimate that Terry Fontenot, you on your own. Greg Beatles, you the president. You in charge of it. Raheem Morris, you got it. So I can't fire Terry Fontenot now because of those situations. I've got to see how these draft picks and these free agents turn out that you've acquired. Okay? Because, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Now, this Kirk Cousins situation that took place, as we chronicled, and I agree with Slim on this, but as far as this is concerned, hey, the going rate at that particular time for Rudy Poop was $100 million. What did they sign Daniel Jones for up there in New York? $100 and something million. The Joker couldn't throw up if he had a stomach ache, but just because he's a starting quarterback, $100 million.
Derek Carr got the exact same contract.
Derek Carr. Everybody was getting that type of money, and if you wanted a quarterback of that ilk, of that type, of that caliber, which Kirk Cousins demonstrated that he was at that time, you had to pay the money. You had to pay the cost to be the boss then. So
a lot of these fans want players to make $15.75 an hour.
Yeah, I mean, thing is, it's just like who is that? It's just like Target. Hell, when Waffle House shut down because of the pandemic, when these stores shut down because of the pandemic, and these people were getting these free checks just sitting at home, the only way you could get somebody to come out there and work was to pay $20 a doggone hour at Target, at Walmart, and $25, $30 doggone an hour to come and rejoin the service industry. That was the going rate at that time. And that's where quarterbacks are right now. Now that's where wide receivers are right now. That's a defensive lineman, first round defensive line. And thanks to us, tight ends. we done messed up the tight end market. The Falcons just messed up the tight end market when they got Pitts, because you paid Pitts fourth overall pick money. Okay, mm-hmm. So the market has been messed up. Okay, so
Bowers even it back up.
But my thing is that this situation right now, with all of that baggage behind me and all of what I'm looking forward to, not yet. Can't fire him yet. In my opinion, you can't fire him yet.
All right.
And also, just a quick thing.
Hold on, Slim. James got to go. Go ahead, James.
With Terry, y'all said the answer. You can't let him go. He has full control for the first time in a 4-year contract. With Terry, do you think under Thomas Dimitroff, would we be able to pull like a Jesse Bates to Atlanta?
Probably not. It depends.
No.
It depends on what the team had around him at the time.
The team also pulled him in. The team pulled him in because he had those meetings with the team before he even signed that contract.
Yeah, that's true. But at hand, you can't get rid of somebody that had 50% power for the first 3 years.
I mean, that
really wasn't a GM. He was a coffee boy. Let's keep it. Let's keep it real.
Doesn't have a contract extension at this point, so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you still got time to get him one.
He still got plenty of time to get him one, and they're gonna discuss that in the offseason.
That's what we.
And not
Kind
to
of
mention,
like
if you
what we doing right now.
and not to
Right.
mention, if you're a sorry team, you're going to pay between 10 to 30% more for a player because you're going to have to convince them to come play for your team. So the thing is, that's just how John said it earlier. If you want Kirk Cousins, you're going to have to pay to get him to come here. And at the time, he was considered the number one free agency that was available.
So with that being said, let me say this. You can't get rid of a person that's really smart with the contracts and negotiating the contracts to get the cap money where it needs to be. That's the type of GM you need. For one, with the impact players and everything like that, it's going to be hit and miss with every team, all 32 teams. They're going to hit with some, they're going to miss with some. So with that being said, I understand we need impact players, but overall, when you choose them, you don't know what you're going to get. So my thing is he has done more than negative.
Mm-hmm.
Terry has been one of the smartest GMs in the league to me. He helped this franchise get out of a hole. I just want to see what his process will be for the next 2 years, because really he gonna have another 2 years to build his team if they let him do it properly and everything like that with him and Raheem.
So the one thing I hate him for, man, is, and I understand we was strapped for cash, but damn it, you find a way to keep him. Is we let Big O walk, man, and we really need him. Big O, Luacan, or Luacan, however the hell you say his name. Big O.
We can afford him. Coach, we can afford that.
Yeah,
No, I said we couldn't afford him. But damn it, you find some way to you scrape up some pennies. You go out there with a bucket on side of the street with a bale.
Jacksonville gave that man $15 million per year. We didn't even have $15 million salary cap at that time.
Yeah, so talk to Matt Ryan. So talk to Matt Ryan and Julio Jones at that. So you put the blame on them.
I know I'm being funny, but what I'm saying is, if I'm able to keep him, he would have been my guy for life.
Make me forget that one.
But there was no way. There was no way.
Yeah, I know.
There was no way.
I'm gonna close up, y'all. I'm gonna give y'all a shocker. This is gonna be my shocker statement. Then we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. We've been almost 4 hours, but contrary to what I done said over the years, y'all, with the news tonight, I keep Kyle Pitts for the 5th year, no trade.
Thank you. Facts. If I was Kyle Pitts, I'd be trying to be friends with Penix ASAP.
I gotta at least see. Before I give up on my 4th overall pick, I got to at least see what my 4th overall pick do with my number 8 pick at quarterback. I got to see it's some magic there before I let him go. So I would let him walk in free agency. I would not trade him. He going to be here. He coming back to Atlanta next year.
Speak on that. No. Speak on that.
Okay, all right. I go along with it.
So okay, Pitt State. Pitt State. What does Terry do with the biggest, in my estimation, anchor on the entire team, number 97? What does he do with that?
They probably gonna approach him and ask him will he take a pay cut for that final year of his deal. If not, he may be a salary cap casualty.
Yeah, 16 mil, and then they already drafted his replacement with Root. So with that being said, and the crazy part about it came from the same school. So
right.
Julio
Calvin.
So he got no guaranteed money left. So he really can't really say, hey, no, you gotta give me this. No, you don't have any more guaranteed money left. So they're gonna probably honor him by just restructuring him to finish out his career.
That's what I'm saying. That's that stupid Falcon stuff right there, man. Cut that dude, get rid of him, and use that cap get some other pieces in here.
I think I'm gonna go with Coach on this one. I think they're gonna really end up cutting him because it's $16 million on the table, and they're gonna have to do some deep diving on this cap this offseason. Even though we are still under at hand, that 16 mil is gonna be real tempting. And with Alyamada, Root, and I think they may even retain Eddie Goldman, they will still have that better defensive tackle position. So Grady may end up being a casualty in the offseason.
No, Armani. Nobody been talking about getting rid of this dude longer than I have, bro.
I have, bro. I brought it up in like 2021, coach. They thought
He did.
Man.
I think they're gonna probably
I remember that.
I think they're gonna probably restructure it. Give him. He gonna probably make less than what he's making now. And he ain't gonna make. They not gonna let him. They're not gonna allow him to hit 16 million against the cap. So they can probably make him a rotation.
No, he's not a
Thank you for being a Falcon. Well, one day we'll bring you back and put you in the Ring of Honor. But we're gonna go ahead and give you this pink slip. Go ahead, empty out your desk. We'll have security bring your garbage down to you. That's how I need to go.
So Slim, to answer your question, he wouldn't be 16 mil against the cap. You actually save $16 million if you cut Grady.
That's what I'm talking about. They wouldn't allow him to be a detriment to the cap. They're gonna either because he don't have any guaranteed money left. So if they decide to just walk away from him, they don't lose any. Like they're not gonna lose anything on him. They're not gonna have no dead cap hit or nothing. So I think he's a. I think
$4 million dead cap.
Yeah, I think they could probably do maybe a minor deal or something like that. Or he might just retire. That could be an option too, but I think the Falcons gonna do right by him, especially when they just nominated him what's that
Walter Pay Man of the Year.
Yeah, the Man of the Year.
Nothing. What does that translate to on the field? Nothing. I don't give a damn about none of that. Get them up out of here, man. Stop. That's Falcons hold on to people way too long for nostalgia.
You got to trade Grady now. You still got an opportunity to get something.
Ain't nobody gonna pay nothing. Take nothing. What you gonna get for him? A 6th rounder?
Somebody give you something for him. Now he'll bring something.
Like Grady got what? Another year left on this contract. Alyamada got this. Is Alyamada last year or his second to last year?
He got one more after this.
He got one more. So they both supposed to go out at the same time. Like. I don't see it. One of the others going out the door this offseason. One of the others
10 years in.
And Grady has the more. Grady name-wise, notoriety will probably fetch a higher draft pick than Alyamada. Even though Alyamada, to be honest, is playing better than Grady has the past 2 seasons.
None of them folks gonna get you nowhere over a 5th or a 6th round draft pick. They not
matter, bro. Like you worried about a 5th or a 6th. All right, so what happens if you let him pay out his contract and then he leaves and he gets nothing?
Okay,
something is better than nothing. And if you trade him, you get that money off of your cap.
Last few years in his career. He even said that. He on the back end of his career.
I don't care. See, like, you gotta take the family.
You're in the Matrix, Winston.
Yeah, red pill or blue pill, man.
And if you do a trade option for Grady, then overall, with that being said, it's gonna be a duck out there that's gonna bite. Look at the Patriots did with Mohamed Sanu. That was a duck biting on a person on the latter end. They got a 2nd round draft pick. So something just with that name by itself, somebody will bite.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen.
It takes 2 to tango, and you
true business decision, and that's why the Patriots was so effective for 2 decades. Was because Bill Belichick didn't have an issue with trading a player a year early than a year later.
But Winston, let me ask you this: why, if I'm a team and I know you planning on cutting this player, why do I need to trade with you if I know you're going to eventually cut him? You're about to cut him, so we have to also.
We don't have to cut Grady.
You're right.
We don't have
so that means you will have to give him a new contract, and it's going to probably be favorable to the Falcons. So. I think they're gonna do right by him. My opinion is they're gonna do right by him. Probably do a 2-year, maybe 4. I mean, it ain't gonna be nothing to break the bank over because they gonna probably do right by him.
My question is why? Why? That's stupid. So stupid.
That's your fandom speaking to. Your fandom
That's
is sitting
not
there saying
random. I
that
just think
we
they're gonna
want to
do
keep
right by
Brady
him.
as a Falcon for life. You remember the last 2 times Arthur Blank said somebody was gonna be a Falcon for life? How'd that work out?
That was Michael Vick. And he said Matt Ryan was a Falcon for life. That worked out pretty good.
He said Julio Jones was a Falcon for life.
Are y'all confident enough in his defense going into next year to let it
no
somebody like Greg to go?
Brady has been on a decline since even before his Achilles.
No, but what I'm saying is, my question is, are you confident enough in his defense to let a player like Grady go? I'm not saying he's elite, but he's far from sorry. He's still effective now. I'm gonna give him that.
Tyler, let me ask you this.
Yeah,
didn't all so long everybody say we got to see what we got in the rookie? What we got in the rookie? We drafted 4 defensive linemen. We got to see what we got in the rookie.
No, I don't think y'all understand what I'm asking. Like in a year where 75% of the dialogue been about the defense, are we confident enough to let, no matter how we feel about him tonight, one of the best defenders on the team walk? That's what I'm asking. Are you confident enough in the defense?
Yes,
I am.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, see, I don't know. Cause
He's
see,
probably gonna be a rotational player with the Falcons.
well, the only problem with letting that veteran presence on the defensive line.
You can make him a coach.
He's a vet. He's a vet. Now, and see,
the team respects him.
All that ain't worth those $16 million against the cap.
He
now.
Probably won't get $16 million. That's what y'all keep acting like he's gonna get a pay increase.
Yeah.
He's not.
No. We're gonna get rid of him. That $16
no, we
million.
talking about the $16 million
If y'all
we was saved if we
y'all
cut it.
GMs, but y'all would have to put on the pads and get out there and play because y'all gonna be having holes in y'all team.
That's a deal.
We got holes in our team now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we got.
No team is gonna be perfect. No team is gonna be perfect. Someone's gonna have to. There's gonna be some holes in the team that's gonna have you just gonna have to find a way to patch over it. This is why a lot of teams get hybrid players. So once again, you can't fill every hole on the team, but you can try to get patchwork. You can get serviceable players who can get you by. This is why you have 1-year deals.
That's if your team is manageable or in a stable state. We have too many holes. We have 4 draft.
Team is in a stable state. The problem is we have both. We have an offensive coordinator on his first year and a defensive coordinator on his first year.
4 draft pick with a terrible GM that has shown a propensity to be terrible at drafting players. You have to give him more shots. So therefore, there are going to be a couple of fan favorites that are going out of this door at the end of this season. Why? Because we have to get draft picks. We have to get money to make moving free agents.
But that's just the rotation of the NFL. That's just how the NFL works. You're going to have players who are staples to the team keep going.
This is not a fandom decision. You have to take the fandom out of it. When you stand on local business, you got to take the fandom out of it. That the fandom goes out the window. What is best for this team right here, right now, and moving forward? How can I do the best I can do to put out the best team year in, year out, from right here to moving forward? You have to take the fandom out of it. Therefore, there are going to be fan favorites that are going out of the door this offseason. Might as well wrap your head around it. It is happening. It is happening.
That's every year. You're gonna have loss like this. This is why they give you compensatory picks. So you have fan favorites or players that goes out the door.
If you trade Grady, and you pick up a pick, and then you get another compensatory pick because he was a starter, you just recoup 2 picks. When you only have 4,
you keep saying you keep saying if you trade Grady, but you don't know if somebody's going to trade with you for him.
At the end of the day, man, at the end of the day, he ain't producing this year. Period. He ain't worth the money. Move on from him. You know what I mean, it's just that simple. Period.
But sometimes doing right by a player goes a long way.
Man, I ain't trying to hear that. Don't none of the great teams, quote unquote, do right by keeping players way past their prime. Good teams don't do that. Only good teams do that.
Put them in the ring of honor. That's how you do right by them.
Exactly. Put him in the ring.
What if they restructure his contract to where he's really working? I mean, he got like a 2-3 years.
Why restructure coming
Man,
off?
if y'all was GMs, well, y'all would have to go get the local.
If you a GM, I find your ass talking about trying to restructure 16 million.
Y'all gonna have Ned the Wino playing cornerback. Y'all gonna have Ned the Wino playing cornerback if y'all was
If they
GMs.
restructure his deal, I'd be all for it at that point, man.
Yeah, because that's what's gonna happen. Because Grady's one, he don't have guaranteed money left.
$16 million off the book and use it somewhere else. Now, if Grady want to come back on a 1-year deal, that ain't gonna count against my cap next year. Fine, but that $16 million is coming off the books.
He's not going to get like.
I am done explaining it to you.
This is what I'm saying, though. I mean, it's like you don't. Even though we drafted some rookies on the line, none of those guys were established. So, are we really in a position defensively? I'm gonna repeat this. To let go one of the best defensive players on the team. Now don't forget about all this chatter been going on about the defense all year long.
I understandable. Let me ask you this. Now, how did you propose us going about recouping draft picks? Who has value? Who on the team that has value that you can go get something from?
Maybe.
What makes you think trading Grady?
Well, let me ask you this, Tidy. Would you rather use that $16 million to go see if you can get another edge rusher or somebody younger?
I would, but at the same time, man, like getting an edge rusher, it ain't gonna be cheap, bro. You're gonna spend a lot more.
Exactly. So you don't want to waste $16 million for Grady.
If they restructure his contract, why do you keep saying 16 million?
I'm not giving a dime of that $16 million to Grady. Not one dime. I want all of it back. If you want to come back on a 1-year deal, Grady, fine. But you're not getting one dime of that $16 million. You're not restructuring.
I told you. I'm gonna say. I'll say it like this. I'll say it like this.
Let me say, Fulton Industrial at that little hotel and say, "Hey, who want to play for the Falcons?" If he was the GM, he gonna be on Fulton Industrial getting those folks and be like, "Hey, who want to play on the Falcons?"
All right, Jay. So what's the difference between that and D Alpha this season? What's the difference?
Oh, D Alpha, he's expendable. I mean, like you really won't miss him.
No, I'm talking about what Slim just said. You're gonna cut him. I'm talking about what Slim just said. He said that he's gonna be out there recruiting players from a hotel or whatever. I said, what's the difference between that and what D Alfred has done this season?
Oh, you got a point with that.
Right. None.
Hey, but y'all go. Hey, James, you about to say something? Then y'all, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. We about to hit 4 hours.
Oh, okay. I say Grady will do a restructure before anything. He has done it before to bring pieces on his team. I think in order for them to get Jesse, he was a part of the restructuring of the contracts to get Jesse here on the salary that he's making. So if they don't want cut him, they can't trade him. I think he will renegotiate everything to make the team better at the end of the day because he do want a ring before he leaves.
But that's the thing, James. Since his money coming off the book, you don't need to restructure. You can just let it come off the book, and we can renegotiate.
Why you want to cut him so bad?
I'm saying you can renegotiate.
What has he done to make the money?
James, if he had another year or two tight on his deal, then I can see what you're saying, restructure, because he got years left. He don't have no years left. Their money coming off the books. So you can just let the money come off the books and then renegotiate a lesser deal that's not going to cost us in the cap. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, Titus?
I ain't doing none of that. Get his ass up out of here.
Yeah, just for the record, before we get out of here, just for the record.
What you laughing at, Slim? That's a
Grady,
smart move. Not what you talking about.
To put Grady in perspective, he's the 19th highest paid defensive tackle in the NFL.
And only got 2 sacks.
They ain't cheap, but his position he ain't a sack guy though. But hey, we can continue the Grady conversation later, y'all. Yeah, we'll finish it later.
I don't know what you laughing.
Go ahead and say our parting shots. Coach, the birthday boy, Coach, let these people know where they can find you at, or where they can cash app you some birthday money if you want to, sir.
Yeah, man. Nah, I'm good on the cash app, but I appreciate it. Just saying a happy birthday stuff is fine, man. But yeah, man, you catch me on anytime there's any type of Atlanta Falcons talk going on, always in the chat. It don't matter where it is. Here, ABG, the Eye Test, Red and Red Show, the Red and Red Show, what's the other one? The Dixon Way, South, what is it? NFC South Turntable. Like, if it's Falcons talk, I'm there. So, yeah. You can catch me anywhere, man. Always there without my fan hat. So, I'm going to get to you all the way real.
Rowan Uncut. John Harris. Let these good people know how they can find you and what you got going on and when is your next broadcast, dear sir.
You can catch John Harris on the Eye Test Wednesday nights at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. till whenever. We will start out talking football, but there's no telling where we'll end up. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone is invited. Everyone is invited. Come on in, enjoy yourselves, and partake in the conversation. Me and my partner Winston will be waiting for you Wednesday night at 10 p.m. on these ABC stations.
John, we are NBC affiliate, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. These NBC Peacock stations.
Red Dog, let them know where they can find you. Let them know your next broadcast, dear sir.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for having me again, Tidy. That's right. I didn't know it was a surprise Tuesday broadcast. I can't believe you came on. I was at work and you were still on when I got home. It allowed me to get on tonight. Like I say, I'll probably check my boy John and Winston out on the Eye Test on Wednesdays tomorrow night at 10. My show is the Red and Red Sports Show, Saturdays, 11 a.m. On this NBC affiliate and Facebook Live. Also, if the Waffle House open on Friday, I might stop through there. Nice chatting with you, Slim, John, Winston, Coach, and Tidy once again. Sometimes,
what y'all looking like out there, Red?
What's up, John?
What y'all looking like out there at UPS now?
Honestly, say we kind of slowing down just a little bit. Still got a little bit coming through, but we slowing down. Not like it was the first 2 weeks. The last couple
okay. Okay.
All right. Slim, you want to drop anything you promote, man? Anything you got going on social media? The floor is yours.
Nah, man, just enjoying the show, man. Just like to support y'all boys and all y'all endeavors, man. Hey, congratulations on all y'all, man.
Appreciate it.
I need to start something up, but I'd be too busy, man. From work to this school work, man. I'd be too busy.
Hey, busy man, that's a good thing. All right, James, let them know where they can find you. If you got anything you want to promote, social media, the floor is yours.
Just catch me on the Eye Test. Of course, Tidy. You may see me pop in on C-Dub from time to time. Man, just catch me on Facebook and Atlanta Bird Gang.
That's what's up. Appreciate you coming through, James. Winston Thornton, sir, please take us home. Let them know where they can find you. Plug your show, your social medias, if you don't mind.
Yo. Hey, first and foremost, hey, thank you, Tidy. Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. It's been a pleasure, as usual. Happy birthday once again to Coach. But you catch me on Facebook and YouTube. You access with my partner John Harris. You know what I'm saying? Wednesday night, 10 o'clock. Man, ain't no telling when it's going to end. But we can start off with Falcon football, and then wherever the conversation goes, it goes. But you can enjoy the ride along the way, man. Once again, man, thank y'all. And y'all catch me in the chat in Atlanta, Bergen, and on the Red and Red show on Saturday morning at 11 a.m. Tune in, be there, be square.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you, everybody on the panel. Big shout out. Thank you to everybody in the chat for coming on, rapping with us. We all appreciate it. And also, once again, happy birthday to Coach, man. We'll get with y'all Wednesday at 10 p.m. on the eye test. I'm not sure y'all may do the we may not do the film. We'll try to figure it out. We'll try to plug it in maybe Thursday or Friday, something like that. But I'll let y'all know, man. But once again, gentlemen, thank y'all. Y'all be blessed. The Michael Penix era starts this weekend. Gone.
Get me a job.